Good afternoon, West Orange. This is Joe Fagan. Welcome to the continuing series of West Orange Township Council budget workshops. Uh, We are in council chambers at 66 Main Street. You're welcome to join us, but there is no public comment, whether in person or online. Just as a reminder, before I turn the floor over to Council President, the next council meeting will be this Monday, September 8th, not Tuesday, as we normally would meet. And please note the change in time is from 6 o'clock, from 6:30 to 6 o'clock. Details of this time change are online. At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Welcome, everybody, to our 14th, yes, 14th budget workshop for the 2025 municipal budget. This one on September 5th, 2025. I note that Mr. Fagan mentioned the word continuing. I am hopeful that we are not going to be continuing the budget workshops before we get this budget adopted. So we'll see where we go. Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this workshop is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The notice for this workshop was emailed to the West Orange Chronicle and the Star Ledger on September 3rd, 2025. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilwoman Rudin? Here. Oh, Councilwoman Scarpa?
Present.
Council President Kukoviac?
Present. And also everyone should know that Mr. Smeraldo, the Assistant Business Administrator, is going to be joining us on Zoom. So please be patient with the communication challenges. Before we start, I just want to make some not so brief remarks to sort of put everything that we've done in context. This has been a very tough year for many taxpayers who have seen their tax bill increase considerably due to the townwide reevaluation. That is why the council has given this year's municipal budget so much scrutiny. And despite not receiving the mayor's proposed budget until mid-April, 3 months late, causing the council to receive threats from the state regulators for tardiness, the council has been working with the administration, our CFO, our interim business administrator, and department heads for more than 4 months to see how we could reduce the financial impact on taxpayers by reducing costs without reducing services. I served for 10 years on town council, and in those 10 years, I never voted to approve a budget because I always felt that we could have done much better each year to produce a budget that kept taxes lower and served the best interests of our citizens. Our previous CFO employed accounting practices that inflated line items to create a surplus, often disguising where money was really being spent. That's why this year the council requested we start the budget review process with department heads voluntarily making 10 to 15% reductions in their department budgets. I appreciate Mr. Detiniak, our CFO, working with the department heads to make these cuts because I believe they are the ones who know the workings of their departments best and can best prioritize and determine what items are essential. I also applaud the work of our Citizens Budget Advisory Board. This is a group created years ago that I tried to revive in my first tenure on the council, but it still remained largely ineffective. This year, I drafted a new ordinance that greatly strengthened the function and even now have a representative on the dais to better contribute to our budget review process. They have identified areas where the township can reduce spending without impacting services and have made other broad recommendations that we hope to incorporate in the budget process going forward. I also want to acknowledge all of the work of Mr. Detiniak, who came on board less than a year ago and has tried to sort through and make sense of a budget process and finance department that was in great need of overhaul. So, Mr. Detiniak, thank you for the many, many hours you have spent working with this council, educating members, explaining processes, providing countless requests for data, crunching numbers, and keeping all the cuts and changes to the original budget proposal straight. You have shown great patience and professionalism above and beyond. To the municipal clerk and her deputy, you have served the budget process extremely well, so thank you. To my council colleagues, thank you for your commitment to the community and diligence in searching for ways to reduce costs and, by extension, reduce the tax burden. But we have been through the budget 2 and in some departments 3 times, so it is now time to wrap this up today, if at all possible. As I said, this is our 14th workshop. The draft budget from the mayor proposed to raise municipal property taxes by more than 6%. We've knocked that increase to around 1%, and we continue to look for additional efficiencies and savings. If you want to follow along, please go to the township website, westorange.org. Use the search box in the upper right hand of the page, type in budget, then click on the first result. And you'll see the top item in the budget version dated July 22nd. Mr. Zatiniak will take you on a guided tour presently. We are not taking public comment today. If you want to comment or ask questions, please send an email to council@westorange.org, which, despite what you may think, also goes to the mayor and several people in her administration. If you want to send just to the council, send it to one of us and ask for distribution to each of us. If you need email addresses, search for council on the township website. Recordings of the workshops are on the township website. Find them by searching for video gallery. The Citizens Budget Advisory Board representative on the dais today is Mr. Todd DeBovie. I just again remind and encourage everyone to speak into the microphones. We've turned off the air conditioning, so perhaps that won't be a challenge today. If you're a council member or an assistant business administrator, please raise your digital hand so Mr. Fagan can see, and then wait until the chair recognizes you. If you see me pointing or nodding to Mr. Fagan after you raise your hand, that is my acknowledgement that I will call on you as soon as I can. When you are finished, please say so. I think we've settled on the phrase, thank you. Lastly, I urge everyone to consider time efficiency in their comments and questioning to be sure that what you say is absolutely necessary. And the faster we go through this budget, the better, and we can finally get to the finality of budget workshops before the adoption of the budget. Did I miss anything?
I have a quick question before we get
Sure,
started.
please, go ahead.
For Mr. Datiniak, given the cuts we made at the last budget workshop, what is the dollar amount we need to cut in order to get to a zero increase?
I don't know right now. I'll calculate it before the end of the.
Okay.
Mr. Ziniak, on that note, we can go to the schedule that we did not complete, the agenda, excuse me, that we did not complete at the last council meeting, and have a few more. I'm just going to let you take the lead on this, please.
Sure. So for everyone at home, if you go to westorange.org, our website, and I usually go to departments, I find the finance department. And if you click on the side budget, I'm going to point to two files here. So the first one is the one we're going to look at today is municipal budget as of July 22nd, 2025. Right above it, we have the 2025 Citizens Budget Advisory Board preliminary report to the Township Council. I'm sure this is going to get updated at some point to be a final report. Really interesting reading. You can print it, save it, search it. It's a searchable PDF, a lot of great information in here. And then, of course, this is the document that we're going to be looking at today, municipal budget as of July 22nd. So looking at our agenda, we left off at utilities and we're probably going to end up bouncing backwards, but let's move forward. We're going to start on page 112. And that should be fuel. I will try to zoom in a little bit as well. That should be.
Yes. Councilwoman Rudin.
Now I can, yeah, I zoomed, okay.
Okay, for fuel, can you tell me in each category what the expenditure is to date?
Sure. I just want to, I want to make it easy for the people at home to see. I'm just trying to zoom in. Okay, so for line 142, gasoline fuel, paid or charged is $260,621.13. For diesel fuel, paid or charged is Let me go back to gasoline fuel, actually, because oh, no, I gave you the right number. I apologize.
Can you say that again, please? 'Cause
I already gave it to you.
No, I know, I just erased it when you said.
Oh, that was very
Yes,
quick. 260, 621.13. And then diesel fuel is going to be 64,000. And fuel maintenance is $34,073.40. So it is a total spend of $358,694.53.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Total?
$358,694.53.
All right, so, is there any way for you to break down how much of the gasoline fuel is used by township personnel for township authorized or assigned vehicles?
So all of the fuel that's used is for township vehicles.
Does that include the police vehicles? Can you extract the police from that?
I couldn't tell you here. Everybody that fills up uses a unique ID number to fill up at the tanks. So I think we've provided reports
Yes, you
to
have.
that respect, but we don't break it out from a budgetary perspective because the purchases that we are making here are for the bulk delivery that fill the various tanks that we have. So the expense is not like a gas station expense where, we're recording like, it was a $50 fill up. We just record when we order every week or 2 weeks delivery from the fuel company, and then they deliver 300 gallons of diesel and 500 gallons of fuel. That's what this represents. So we don't capture in our system the usage by the actual vehicles, but that information is available. It's just not part of
Right,
this
and
budget.
we have been provided some of that. And what my concern is that these personal vehicles are being used full-time. And the cost we are acting pretty much like a gas station for township vehicles that municipal employees take home, drive to vacation spots, come back, fill up. Is there any way to break out what is actually being used for the police vehicles and the township vehicles?
Can we just hold on a second here? Again, I recognize the great work you've done in trying to identify and expand on this issue. We are at a budget hearing right now, and this, as far as I can tell, is not part of our budget process. As you just heard Mr. Tiniak say, that it's all done as collective bulk purchases. And as far as I know, there is no way today that we have the numbers that you're looking for or that we can do anything about it. So I want to just, unless there is some direct impact on the budget, we will have to save this for another day. And I can assure you, as long as I'm council president, you will have that opportunity.
Thank you, Council President. I do appreciate that. However, this is our direct responsibility, and this is the only time that we actually can address it. Because every council meeting, we get bills for gas and we pay those bills. This is our only time to adjust the total. And what my concern is an abuse of the township vehicles and the gas, as well as the Easy Pass, which is another issue, which is somehow not presented in this budget, what we are paying for Easy Pass. It must be somewhere, but it's not presented in the budget.
It's included in a sub-account, but most of the Easy Pass transactions we don't get charged for. So if you're going down the.
No, I'm just pointing to Mr. Fagan so he can put his hand down. I recognize.
Council President, pardon the interruption. I just wanted to advise you that Mr. Smeraldo is also online. I don't have a card for him, but I just want to advise you, he is online and he's able to communicate with us.
Do you have a car for me?
I can certainly provide one, certainly.
Well, maybe we could just use Councilwoman Ruden's or Councilwoman Scarpa's. That's a well-worn and useful sign.
Actually, it's worn out.
If you put up a sign for Councilwoman Scarpa, we'll know that it's Mr. Smeraldo.
Thank you.
Okay,
I
does that sound
appreciate the
like a-
levity.
So like a plan, and I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to point to Mr. Fagan so you can put your hand down. So please continue on, Mr. Detiniak.
When an Easy Pass is used in a township vehicle or a police vehicle and it's, for going down the parkway or something like that, we don't get charged for those. It's when you would go out of state, like if you're taking the George Washington Bridge, for instance, or, maybe going into like Philadelphia or something like that, then we do get charged. And so we do pay those bills. But the vast majority of the travel that our vehicles do fall sort of within that free
Okay.
parkway.
I understand, but those are for police or fire officials that have a special exemption on Easy Pass.
Right.
Many of our
the Easy Pass
municipal
Blue, yeah.
municipal employees who are using our vehicles do not have that privilege. So there must be some Easy Pass, but I know that's not in here, so I don't want to
Right.
belabor the point.
I'll check and see what account it gets charged to, but yeah, we do pay charges. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
and I would like to see them, and they should be reflected in the budget. I know it's not in here right now. Diesel charges are not really a problem because I do not believe that municipal cars that people are taking home are with diesel.
No.
However, the gasoline is literally being used like the West Orange gas station here. And I do think that we need to rein this in. And the only way that we can do this is right here in the budget to say municipal cars, in the township handbook, only the fire chief and the police chief are permitted to have take-home cars. I know that it is the assistant BA's position that that it is not the purview of the council to intercede in this or to make any statements, and that it is the BA's position that he can hand out cars to municipal employees. I do not think that we as a council have to support that sort of expenditure. There are some municipal employees that will need a car, but they only need it to drive to around West Orange when they're doing inspections. And our gas bill, which I have seen, does not reflect that is all it is being used for.
So Councilwoman Rudin, again, I just want to say, I disagree with you, respectfully disagree with you that this is something that we can address today in the budget workshop. I assure you, again, that we will have a fully vetted exploration of these issues, but it's not something that we can do today for multiple reasons, but also because Mr. Detiniak cannot provide the data that you're looking for.
I understand, but I have seen the data and I would like to make a suggested cut to the gasoline fuel budget.
So before you make a motion, we have two requests from online pending. Councilwoman Castellino, please, thank you for your patience. Please speak.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. And, I just want to echo some of your sentiments because I feel the same way. Councilwoman, I applaud you for looking deep into this. The only thing that I respectfully have to disagree with you on is, you make it sound like there's intentional malice there. And I disagree with that. We might have been antiquated in ways that maybe some things have been happening in the township and definitely we could look at it and review. Today is not that day. That's a meeting for another day that we sit down with Mr. Smeraldo and the two chiefs to go over that. And I'm more than willing to have those conversations because I think they are important and we should analyze it. But, just to, clear out abuse and accusations, we got to stop going there. We got to wrap this budget up today, number one. I'm looking at running the numbers on the gasoline. We look like we're on target to spend what we spent last year. I don't know what your recommendation is. I could see maybe again, maybe I'm afraid to make a recommendation because we're on track of what we spent last year. So unless we have less vehicles and something has changed, I could see taking out a good chunk. I just don't know how much of a chunk would be reasonable to take out today without doing that due diligence that's needed in a meeting that is not appropriate for today. So again, just to recap, I back you up to sit there and have a meeting after we finish this budget. But I don't think we have to cut into it today. So if I get a recommendation that is reasonable to reduce this line item, I'll support it. But I don't think we should go too deep because we are on track by the math I just did. But you, Mr. Titiniak, could to tell me otherwise. Thank you, Council President. I'm done.
Okay, let me just take this opportunity to make a couple of points here. First of all, Robert's Rules of Order, which is what we operate under, specifically prohibits the discussion of another member's motivations. And I want to make clear that I am not going to allow any comments having to do with characterizing another person's motivations. It does us no good, and it does not move us forward in what we're trying to do today. The other thing is I encourage you to consider not expressing your opinion except in the process of debating a motion. Because again, opinions are great. We all have them and we all use them to make our decisions, but it doesn't help our process moving forward. So I highly encourage you not to express your opinion except in the context of considering a motion and debating a motion. And if you do continue to express your opinion, and I don't think that it's going to be moving the process forward, I'm going to call you to order. All right, so I don't want to get into this debate. Again, Councilwoman Rudin, this is an issue that needs to be vetted. It's just, I've said this a couple of times, and I'm going to call to order. We cannot move this process forward today without this data. And again, I assure you that I, as council president, will allow Councilwoman Rudin and anybody else on the council who wants to participate to fully vet this issue and come to some resolution that we think is in the best interest of residents. Okay, so I don't want to continue this debate. I want to focus on getting this budget reviewed and approved in a way that we can do today. And we will come back to this issue later. So I know Councilwoman Rudin raised her hand. Mr. Smeraldo has his hand up before that. So Mr. Smeraldo, given what I've just said, do you still want to speak?
No, sir. I told Mr. Fagan I put my hand down. Thank you.
Okay, great. Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes, first of all, thank you, Council President, for your remarks. I am operating solely in my fiduciary capacity as a council person, looking at the numbers and evaluating what may or may not have been poor practices that were established in the past and that have continued. So looking at the numbers, I do believe, and I have looked carefully at the gas numbers, I do believe that we can make some cuts here. And maybe the best way to do it would be to the overall budget so that it can be reapportioned out. So I would like to make a suggestion, since we are, the diesel has only been used, has used about half, and we have a third of the year left. That there is some room to cut a little bit there. And certainly there is room to cut in the gasoline fuel because of what I have referred to as overuse of township vehicles. And I'd like to see if this is a way that we can address it. And I would appreciate having support from the council to work with me to dig deeper into all of these numbers so that we get an exact number. The fact that we are on track with last year does not really speak well to me, because I think that the practice has been allowed to go in a direction that it really should not be. And the budget request for 2024 was 170, which is very interesting. And what was actually paid was twice that amount. So why have we felt now feel comfortable with paying twice that amount for gas when gas is actually less expensive than it has been in the past? So I would like to make a motion if this is the time.
You're certainly open to making a motion.
Okay. But I'd like to have a discussion on the numbers after I make the motion. So make the motion and then a discussion, okay? So I'd like to make a motion to reduce this from the entire page, which can be reapportioned as needed by 50,000.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to reduce the overall budget by $50,000. Mr. Detiniak, do you want to respond to this at this time? Because I certainly want to get your input. And I also recognize that Mr. Smeraldo and Councilwoman Castellino are waiting to comment online.
No, I don't want to comment.
I'll just guess at who raised their digital hand first, and Mr. Smeraldo, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I just want to point out to the council, I understand that we have concerns about the use of fuel, and I'm not going to get into the debate of the actual vehicles. What I want to remind the council is that this is September. We are in the height of hurricane season. We are also approaching winter. None of us can predict the weather. And I have been involved in the past where we've had some catastrophic incidents whereby we almost ran out of fuel. So by not having this money allocated to purchase this fuel, it may be why I understand we're trying to get the budget down as tight as we possibly can. I would just caution you that this is a commodity that all of our trucks, our vehicles, and certainly even the take-home vehicles are not going to impact that as much as I think people would their beliefs in this. I'm looking at it strictly from an operational standpoint and a safety standpoint overall for the township, and that's my only comment. You make your decision. I'm advising you as far as the administration is concerned. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Smeraldo, just to perhaps clarify, we're now aware of your concern about the potential impact of any cuts, but are you saying that you think there could be an absence of funding for potential use, purchase of fuel going forward if we cut $50,000?
I can't answer to that. That would be more of a Mr. Detiniak question. I just don't have the numbers in front of me, the gallonage. I'm just saying I don't know what the number of 50,000 reflects as far as how much fuel that would be cut. That's all I'm saying is that there are concerns when we have commodities that we need in situations where it may come up, and that whether it be a hurricane or be a storm or freak snowstorm, we've had a hurricane and a freak snowstorm all happen within 2 weeks. So we can't predict that, and it's a what if game. But our job is to forecast and hopefully we're wrong, and say that if this were to happen, all I want to do is make sure that we don't have to worry about not having anything in the fund, that if we have to make an emergency procurement for this particular commodity. That's all I'm suggesting to you.
Thank you, Mr. Smeraldo. Councilwoman Castellino, you have the floor.
So this was an overall for the entire page. I just want to get the correct figure for fuel maintenance. We already spent 34,733.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so we're already over budget. Last year we spent 24,461.69. So that would not help because we need to obviously bump up that line item. The 25 should probably be more like 50 if we already spent 34,733 this year. And again, fuel maintenance comes in. We don't have a capital budget. And, we haven't bought new cars that we know we're behind on. So, you have more fuel maintenance, you have other issues. So, you know what, I know everybody's trying to do their best job to get to a zero budget. I personally don't think that should be the focus. The focus should be on how we could reduce the budget and still run the township efficiently. And there are a lot of unknowns. The newer council members were not there for Sandy and some of these other storms and these other situations, that emergent situations that we had in previous years. So I'm okay with leaving this for now, get a better analytical view over the winter months, before we start the process for the next budget. And, again, I'm open to finding out if there are some inefficiencies and correcting them for next year, but I don't want to play with this year. So I'm going to stay firm on this, especially because if anything, you want to increase line 155. So if you want to increase line 155 and reduce line 142, Mr. Titiniak, I'll look to you for that answer.
Is that a thank you, Councilwoman?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Councilwoman Rudin, you had your hand up and then.
Yes, I have
Councilwoman
two questions. First of all, I'd like to understand what is fuel maintenance?
It's for maintenance on the pumps and the tanks themselves. The tanks get pressure tested. There's fuel filters that get changed, so that if there's any debris in a tank, it doesn't go into the vehicle itself. So it's for those things.
For what type of vehicles is that used for?
It's for all the vehicles. Yeah. So all the pumps have fuel filter systems. The tanks get pressure tested. It's for things like that.
The tanks in the vehicles?
No, I'm sorry. The storage tanks, the fuel storage tanks.
Okay, and can you explain why that's so much more than last year?
You don't have testing every year on them. We may have had an issue with one of the pumps. I think we did have a pump down that we had to repair. And we can look into the
Has the
detail.
testing been done for this year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we
so then-
tested our underground storage tanks and we tested our above.
So that seems like that we're pretty good on that one. That's,
Unless we had a broken pump, we were not going to have any
Okay.
more.
so what we're talking
or
about.
had to change a fuel filter or something like that.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Rudin, could I just ask that you
I'm sorry.
be cognizant of letting Mr. Tiniak finish and then, please.
Sure. I'd also like to understand, is there, if there is an emergency, is there an emergency, is there a provision for emergency purchases?
Sure. If we have an emergency, let's say we did have a disaster in town, we would declare the state of emergency, we'd pass a resolution. We would send that resolution down to DLGS and, then we can, I don't want to say bypass like local public contracts law, but if we needed to like get a vendor out, immediately because the public is in danger, there's specific language that you would use that would allow us to make that purchasing. That's the purchasing side of things, the budgeting side. So if we didn't have money, for instance, in an account that we needed to spend on whatever the emergency is, we would do another resolution and we would ask for an emergency appropriation. And again, you send it down to DLGS and you would say, I only have $100,000 in the account. I need 200. So I need $100,000 added as emergency appropriations. And then we would raise it in next year's budget, or depending on the type of emergency, the state might say, hey, you can raise it over 3 years or 5 years. Sort of similar to how West Orange has managed like the employee terminal leave payouts, where they would do the 5-year emergency. So you pay out the money all in 1 year, but then you're raising it, AKA asking the taxpayers for it over the course of 5 years. So you're spreading out. So that would be the two things. We would have the purchasing side of the emergency resolution that allows us to move quickly, and then the budget side where it allows us to increase the line item for the year and then raise the difference as a deferred charge in the next year's budget. So, you know, if we added 100,000 in 2025, it would be a budget item for 2026 as a deferred charge.
So what I'm hearing is that, one, we have maxed out pretty much on our fuel maintenance expenses, and that we do have a safety net, God forbid there is an emergency, to authorize extra money. So just for my council colleagues, I just want to break down what we have spent this year is 260. That means that per quarter, we're spending about 86,000. We are leaving on the table 76,000 after the reduction of $50,000. So I think that is very fair. So I'd just like to have a little back and forth with my colleagues that, you know, why this number is still necessary when we have an emergency process for if there is an emergency, and when we have maxed out on one of the categories completely. I'd like to get some feedback before we take a vote.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, I feel comfortable, very comfortable with that analysis and the opportunity for the emergency response. I also wanted to know who maintains and tests the fuel maintenance?
We hire a company to do the testing. I can't think of the company's name off the top of my head.
Is it the same company we've had for many years, or do we bid that?
I don't believe we bid it because I don't think the testing exceeds the bid threshold, and then they're not a professional service. But we can talk to the DPW director and the purchasing agent. I don't know the company off the top of my
Yeah,
head.
only because it's like a 10,000 difference. And if there was a lot of maintenance, you know, that actually had to be done, I just want to make sure that we haven't, that cost has not risen. Also, can we get a fuel breakdown by department?
So I think DPW does keep track of the usage, because the way I look at it, more of the perspective of what we buy from the fuel companies. So I see, like, every 2 weeks we bought, 300 gallons of diesel, and we bought 500 gallons of gasoline, and they went to these various locations, like the DPW yard, Firehouse 4, the recycling center. But I think I know internally that, because again, I couldn't just come up with my car and pull the thing out and fill up. I'd have to have a code, and you're putting in the mileage of the vehicle. And so, like, let's say I filled up the week before. I don't fill up, but not out there. I don't have a township vehicle. I don't use the pumps, but I would put my code in and I put my mileage in. Then the next time I come fill up, I put my code in, and it's looking for mileage that is, after the mileage I previously put in. So there's some safeguards in there, not that you couldn't bypass it, but I mean, we do have safeguards in there. My point is, though, that we do have unique IDs that I think we can pull data for, and I believe DPW did. I thought they did. So I guess we could put together sort of a report of, take those DPW IDs and take those PD IDs and take the fire department IDs and take the jitney IDs and figure out a usage basis. And then, we can sort of come up with an average rate, because we don't buy gasoline at the same rate every time. It fluctuates just like, any other commodity. It's fluctuating, and sorry. But I think we can put that together. And I know we've given some data to the council. Like I said, it was requested in previous meetings.
I'd like to see that. And will our new financial software that we're getting track this more efficiently?
It won't track the individual usage, because it's really not set up for that. I have to see if there is software that goes along, I'm sure there's got to be reporting capabilities that go along with the pumps. And that would be the source of saying like, you know, if you wanted to look at it from a perspective of like, who used the most gas? You know, from an individual unique ID, you should be able to pull that. Or can we group them together? You know, what group used the most gas? Or that, I've never looked at that software. I will talk to DPW and see if that stuff's all possible.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino, did you raise your hand again? I'm sorry. If so, please, you have the floor.
Yeah, sorry about that. So, okay, so again, I'm not a math genius, but when I look at the 260 to 621 divided by 3 per quarter, this is for line 142, and then add the last quarter to the 260 number, I get 347. So again, you want to cut that down to 347. I could live with that, or even 345. You're going to have to raise line 155 to 35,000 because that's what we spent so far this year. And then you don't have much to shave off on line 150. So to put in 50,000 is way too much. And you talk about emergency. I remember with the recycling center having to pay off that emergency expense. So yes, there are other mechanisms in place, but because we want to, you know, I get what you're doing, but we don't have the information here to make these kind of decisions. So if you want to shave off a little bit, 10,000 off the total budget, I could live with that today, but anything else, I'm going to be a no. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Mr. DeBovi.
Thank you, Council President. Question for Mr. Detiniak. The fuel used today, 260. What period is that? What's the cutoff?
That's a good question. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, that's to the end of August. That's what I based my figures on, the end of August.
I did the same. So for 8 months, and then dividing that by 8 months and then multiplying it by 12, we're shooting for 390. If that's accurate. I guess the other question is whether or not there's a seasonal aspect to the usage of fuel. Excuse me.
So this is through August.
Okay. So it looks as though.
And that's
well,
the fill up. The fill up was through August. So
okay,
when we filled the tank.
gotcha. How about the seasonal element? Is there a seasonal element to it or not?
I would say, I think the factors year over year that are definitely going to be different is that we added jitney buses this year. So there's additional fuel costs for the extra jitney buses. You know, if we got a really snowy, like October, November, December, hopefully you don't get snow in October or November, but I'm guessing the big trucks are going to be fueling up. That's more the diesel fuel. They're going to be using more diesel. I don't know from a price perspective if diesel goes up in the winter. I think gas prices do go up, but I'm not sure about diesel because of the winter additives. I know they go up, but it's a good question. I would say again, if we had snowy conditions, then I mean that's probably only going to be like a few days, hopefully, but that would impact the gas usage. I would say though that the jitneys probably are more impactful because we have the additional lines and the additional vehicles and, they're running every day. And I will point to the really interesting electric vans we got. I don't know if anybody's seen them outside. They're pretty cool. So I'm not going to have fuel costs for those.
Well, thank you for that. The Citizen Budget Advisory Board did have comments on this item. And just mentioning what was already in our preliminary report, we suggested adherence to the employment manual regulations regarding the assigning of township vehicles. They should be assigned for exceptional reasons. Eliminate vehicle easy pass and gas entitlements as a benefit of municipal employment. Assign the fleet vehicles and easy pass for official business or reimbursement for use of personal vehicles, then seek reimbursement and corrective action for any non-work related use of these vehicles. Out-of-state travel should always be pre-authorized with improved cost controls. So, and the recommendation was for a reduction in automobile expenses, one of them being gas. I think a lot of that needs to be considered, as has been mentioned by council members, that when considering what the amount should be applied to for this budget item.
Okay, and again, Mr. Bovee, I appreciate you repeating information that's in the report. However, we are not going to be able to address a lot of the issues you just raised in the budget process today. But again, we have read it and we will take it into consideration. We're already talking about changing the process for next year. Is there any other discussion here? Councilwoman Rudin.
I would like to say that between 2024 and 2025, gas prices have gone down modestly, but they have gone down. And we also do now have some electric vehicles. I hope that we can get more electric vehicles. So to stay on course with what was last year and what has been spent to date is possibly not the best practice. But I would like to withdraw my motion and make a second motion.
Before you do that.
Okay. Sorry.
The second to be rescinded.
Yeah, I'll second that.
You will rescind.
To
your
withdraw.
second. Okay.
Yeah, I'll rescind.
Thank you.
Okay.
Does that work,
Yes.
Madam Clerk? Okay.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
So I also pointed out the exact same, which is how much is how much has been spent to, as Councilwoman Castellino also mentioned, that $260,000 has been spent. If we process even along the same lines, which personally I think is allowing for too much expense, but I did hear Councilwoman Castellino say that she would agree to a $10,000 decrease there. I would like to go line by line and say for line number 142, a $10,000 increase.
I'll second it.
An increase on?
Decrease.
Okay, so just to clarify for me and perhaps others, you've gone from your original motion that you rescinded to looking at the total budget item for this page.
Correct.
And now what you're saying is that instead of focusing on the overall number, you want to go by line item?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so what is the line item that you're reducing?
So the line item is 142 gasoline fuel. I'd like to, counting on my colleague's support, I'd like to reduce it by $10,000.
I second it.
Okay, so you're reducing it from what number? I'm sorry.
From-
I'm sort of
from,
running the meeting, so it's hard for me to.
350,000 to 340,000.
Okay, so we have, now we're clear. We have a motion and a second. And again, there was mention, Councilwoman Castellino, of some remarks that Councilwoman Rudin was referencing. Do you have any opinion on this new motion that we have on the floor? Councilwoman, are you able to be online?
Sorry, I forgot to mute myself. I hate being on Zoom. Sorry, I can't be there in person. So I'm okay with that as long as, because I'm gonna make a motion for 155 to increase to 35,000 because we already spent that. Are you okay? That's,
Well, let's deal with this motion first. I apologize.
I
It
know,
sounds like you're
but
talking
I
about a
need to,
different
yeah.
line item. Let's deal with this, this.
Yes, I'm fine
From a-
with it. I'm fine with that. Let's get moving because we're going to an hour and we got one page done.
Yes, that's my concern as well. Again, I would like to get some feedback from the administration, either the Mr. Tiniak or Mr. Smeraldo, on specifically what you think about this proposal. And I'm excuse me, I'm not looking to put you on the spot. I'm not looking for you to say anything that you don't feel comfortable saying. It's just I value your feedback because, as I mentioned at the start of the meeting, you guys are in the trenches and you do have that idea, a better idea of what's going on. And I also know that things change over time. We're looking at a budget that was now last done in mid to late July, and things could have changed since then. So I'm always interested in an update of your educated opinion on all of these items. So I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't feel comfortable talking about it. But I would like to at least give you the opportunity to chime in.
So Mr. Detiniak's looking at Mr. Fagan, so I will take the lead on this.
I was waiting for him to.
So, Council President, I'm just going to stand by my statement. Experience sometimes dictates over, what's on paper, and I'm just trying to look from the aspect of what I know as public safety. We don't know what the weather is and predicting, and and as I stated earlier, if this is the council's desire, I will, understand that, and we will work accordingly with whatever is approved. But I'm not going to change my statement as to the fact that I have my job is to worry about the what ifs and see if this happens. I hope I'm wrong. And I hope that, and I apologize in advance that if we actually allocated too much funding, but I'm not going to make an apology if I'm predicted correct. So, I'm not going to ask for thanks either. But I stand by my statement.
Okay, and that's perfectly acceptable from the administration. If your opinion has not changed since the last time that number was put on paper, that in itself says that you feel confident that given even the additional conditions that may or may not have changed, you still don't change your opinion. That's fine. I just want to give you the opportunity because I'm interested in what you think. So
okay, and thank you. I'm done. I don't need to opine anymore. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Tiniak, again, I don't want to put you on the spot. If you rest, then that's fine too.
10,000 is better than 50 as a decrease, so we're happy about that. I'll make one very blanket statement, if I may. My fear is that if we don't properly fund, and it's not just this account, any account, and we end up overspending at the end of the year, and now in 2026, we have to raise deferred charges for all those over expenditures. And not only that, but now we realize that we have to budget at a higher level for 2026 as well. The increase to the taxpayer is going to be so great that then I'm fearful we wouldn't even be able to raise it. And now we're looking at real reductions to services. So, I know we want to get to zero. But if getting to zero then means that next year is like a $400 increase, I don't know if it's worth it. So that's my piece. And it's, that's my fear is that, we're not going to be properly funded. And then but I know it's September. So I think a lot of accounts we're going to be okay. But again, that's just my fear. It's always been my fear is that we're not going to have enough and then we're going to have deferred charges and then have to also increase the budgets in 26 and it's going to be, a lot worse than it needs to be. So.
Right. And so just to summarize, the chance of us having to do that, to put in deferred charges next year and to increase the budget is a danger that negatively impacts taxpayers. Whereas if we leave it in the budget this year and we don't use it, it goes into our surplus. So we don't lose it and it goes to help offset taxes in the future. So
Yeah.
that's sort of what we're trying to balance here. And just want to explain that to everybody before we take a
And the
vote.
last thing I'll say is I know we have the reval and I know that is difficult for a lot of people, but there are also a lot of people, and I've heard from residents, I won't out them. Thanks. My taxes went way down because of the reval. So we do have a very large percentage of residents that the reval has been good to them from a tax perspective. Now you could say they were overvalued for many years and they paid too much taxes in the last 10, 15 years, but it's not everyone. And I know it's a tough process and I think it's unfair, but that's the system we have in New Jersey. But we do have a lot of residents that, this reval's been good from a tax perspective. So I don't want us to think that everyone has been hit over the head and everyone's paying more taxes and that we should do this because of just that.
Yeah, and I think the tax assessor in his presentation earlier this year, and you can
Yeah.
probably find a link to it somewhere, said that roughly speaking, 40% of people's property taxes went up and about 40% went down and about 20 stayed roughly the same.
Yeah.
But again, certainly we understand the focus on people who are having to pay more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councilwoman.
Can we stay on track? Because we said this was going to be an hour meeting and my time is limited.
I certainly understand that. So if there's no more discussion, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Castellino,
You need to unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry, forgot to mute. For 10, this is 10,000 we're on?
yes, for
Yeah,
line
reduction for
142.
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes,
The motion carries.
thank you.
So,
Councilwoman Rudin, you said you wanted to make
Yes.
another motion or
Yeah.
have further discussion?
yes, since there needs to be an adjustment to the fuel maintenance, since that has exceeded what it was, the budget recommendation is we need to add another 10,000 in there. That would reduce it from the diesel fuel budget by 10,000, leaving diesel fuel with 98,000. And they have only spent 64,000. So if we reduce that by another 10,000, that would still leave them with $24,000. And I think that seems fair for the rest of the year.
Second that.
So it sounds like you're asking for two different actions. I think we need to just put one action for a motion.
Well, then I'd just like to, for the rest of this, for 150 and 155, an adjustment of $10,000, and Mr. Detiniak will make the account reconciliation.
So reducing diesel maintenance by 150.
Putting it.
Not diesel maintenance.
Diesel
Diesel fuel.
by 10,000,
Mhm.
and then you'll offset the difference in fuel maintenance to
Got it.
cover what has already been spent.
So in other words, you're suggesting that we move $10,000 from diesel to the $10,000, move it to the line item for fuel maintenance. Is that
Yes,
correct?
well, I just, no, actually what I'm saying is reduce $10,000 from the overall budget. And with what is left, Mr. Detiniak will make the adjustment from 150 to 155 in line item. He'll put a $10,000 in there too. And that'll still leave 24,000 for diesel fuel.
Okay.
For the next.
So it's just a
quarter.
reduction to diesel. Yeah.
So it's another $10,000 reduction in the.
In diesel.
in the
Yes.
overall budget.
Yes.
I have a question.
Okay, first, I'm sorry, Councilman Maroon, were you making a motion?
Well, if I would like to make a motion, but if council member Castellino has a comment before I make a motion, I'd
Councilwoman
love to hear
Castellino?
it.
Yeah, so I need a clarification from Mr. Smeraldo. So when we reduced from 142, that was my, 155, that was my recommendation to give it to 155. So now you want to reduce from 150, which, yes, I did the math too. You have a little wiggle room, but I just want to get a clarification because we did add the extra jitney line. Do those jitneys run on diesel?
No, I believe they run on gasoline.
Okay. All right.
But
And did we,
just so the council and the public know, we added the 7th jitney August 1st at route. So whatever the increase is, it is one of the route is on the north side of town. What we did was we split the largest route, which was the north side of town, into 2. So, what the actual cost is, based on whether it's down the hill, up the hill, it's really going to be based on gallons. I can't tell you which line is running more than the other, right now, but, it's still new, but there is an increase to it, so. I will confirm though. I'm pretty sure they're gasoline, but I'll confirm. I'll find out. I'll have an answer for you in a moment.
and then my math is if we stay on track, yeah, we'll be around 96. Why don't we reduce that line to 100? Instead of a full 10. I just get nervous with this, Councilwoman. I know what you're trying to accomplish and I support that. I just don't want us to, be shortchanged. I just want to just get in a pickle at the end of the year.
Okay, and I understand that, but we're leaving more on the table than has been spent each quarter, even while we're taking out 10,000 and we're also reappropriating the money to fuel maintenance to cover the charges already.
We have
spent.
here 108 to 11 is what it's budgeted now. They already took out 25,000, so it's down to 108 to 11. They've
Last year,
already
only
spent-
80,000. Sorry.
Yeah, no, the
Councilman
spend,
Castellino?
the spend this year 64,000 so far. Do they just fill up on diesel? Like, how does it, when they fill up the tanks, how long does a tank last for, Mr. Detiniak? Do we know?
I don't know.
I just say bring it down to 100, that line item.
So I just want to say that last year, the total amount paid was 80,000. I'm suggesting that we give them more than that for the last quarter. So it would be over what they spent last year when gas prices were a bit higher. It seems
what
like
do
a fair amount. They're still, last year, they only spent $80,000. Yet the
I know, but you
budget,
say only, but the weather, it all depends on the weather. I know you say only, but if there's more snowstorms, we have, the fall, we always wind up having some kind of episode. So
Guys, I'd like to prevent any interruptions if I can. So when you finish speaking,
Yeah.
say thank you. And then that,
all right,
in a dialogue like this, then the other person knows to speak. So Councilman Castellino, you have the
okay,
floor.
I'll ask Councilwoman, what do you want that line item to be?
I'd like it to be,
98?
yes.
Can we make it just 100 and call it a day? And I'll
Sure.
support that. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I'll sleep better. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, I heard a thank you. Councilwoman Rudin.
yes.
I just
So-
saw Mr. Smeraldo has his hand up. Do you want to hear him before you make a motion?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Smeraldo.
Just to confirm the councilwoman's question, they are gasoline. I just wanted to confirm that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The jitney buses.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rudin.
I'd like to make a motion to reduce line item 150 from 108,000 to 143 to 100 and just to even 100,000.
I'll second that.
So we're taking out 8,211.
And 43 cents.
Exactly.
So you have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Nope.
Madam Clerk.
I thought there was a previous motion on the floor, but
Oh, did I miss that?
no,
Wow.
but there were so many different, so, I mean, I'd have to go back and review the video, honestly.
Okay, there was a motion that was just approved by a 4-0 vote. And then Councilwoman Rudin was about to make a motion and then acceded to Councilwoman Castellino comment first. But I don't think she made a motion in a second at that point. Then we had discussion, came back to Councilwoman Castellino, she made the motion and it was seconded. So I don't
Right.
think we have a pending motion. Does anybody understand differently?
I thought we had a motion to reduce, when the councilwoman was going from 150 to 155 to reduce one item by $10,000. And I heard Councilwoman Scarpa second it, and I wrote that, was not voted on. And then there was a bunch of discussion.
Okay.
I don't know.
I will rescind that
And I'll
motion.
rescind mine too.
Well, I already erased it.
Okay, thank you.
Just to be certain. And Council President, I have 5 minutes, so.
Okay.
I'll just
Councilwoman
with my
Rudin, do you
number.
want to re-describe your motion?
Yes, I would
Okay,
like to remove from line item 150 diesel fuel. Make that in from 1,800 to 108. I'm screwing up the numbers. 108 to 11.43 down to an even 100,000.
And I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
I move to consent on this page.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, consent.
Consent?
No, 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 no,
No,
no.
consent. No
Did-
consent.
Wait, did you reduce? Did we add?
Yes,
10?
yeah,
Oh, you
that
did,
adjusts.
Okay,
Okay.
let's, again, I can't keep saying this and you guys ignore me. We can only have one person talking at a time, and when they're finished, they say thank you. Because otherwise we get situations where we can't follow what's going on. So I am now recognizing Councilwoman Castellino. And please say thank you at the end of your comment. And please don't
My-
comment
my-
without being recognized by the chair.
My apologies. It's hard to be on Zoom. So, okay, so I just wanted to make sure that we increased line 155 to 10,000. Did we do that on that last motion?
No.
My screen froze. That's why
Um,
I wanted to increase 155 to the 35,000. Did that go in with that last motion? Because my screen froze.
No, we did not have that motion and we did not have that vote.
Okay,
So
so
if
I don't
that's
want to
something-
consent. Sorry.
I'm sorry?
Finish, Council President. I'm sorry.
Okay. I was clarifying that we did not have a motion or a vote that impacted line 155.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
then I would like to make a motion to increase 155 to reflect what we already spent this year, which was almost 35,000. So I'd like to increase line 155 to 35,000. That's my motion.
Okay, so we have a motion.
We need a second before discussion.
I will second.
Thank you.
Okay, so now for discussion, Councilwoman, Rudin had her hand up.
Okay, so when I was describing what needed to be done, I had said that this cut, there will be a cut of $8,000 and that some of the money from diesel fuel, the 10,000, an additional $10,000 would be moved into fuel maintenance. And I believe that Mr. Detiniak, you agreed to that you would make that adjustment.
Oh, it's not an increase. We're just reallocating what's
Reallocate the money,
already
yeah,
there.
so we're there.
But that's, it's not an increase.
Right.
Yeah.
So to your point, that would leave diesel fuel with 88,000. They currently have spent 64,000. And that leaves them with a nice cushion.
So what we have here is we did have a motion that was approved. And we have this non-motion in which Councilwoman Rudin suggests that we take the money we just took out of line 150 diesel fuel and move it to line 155 fuel maintenance.
No,
And no, that's not what you're doing?
no.
Okay, well, so please clarify.
I'd like Mr. Detiniak to clarify.
Sure. So we had a motion where we reduced the overall budget by $8,211.43. And Councilwoman Rudin is saying that with the existing pot of money that is left, to reallocate $10,000 from diesel fuel and put it to fuel maintenance. So nothing changes net to the budget at this point. It's just reallocating between the sub accounts.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino.
You know, this gets more complicated than it needs to be, and this is why it takes over an hour to get one page done. So basically, what we did here was we made line 150, $100,000, unless I'm just really getting a bad connection on my Zoom. Did we not? Did we not just do that? So we have line 142 went to 340. Line 150 went to 100. I was under the impression line 155 would go up to 35. Does that make the total on the bottom reflect what you folks are discussing?
So line 155 did not increase. The net effect of the two votes was that the budget was reduced $18,211.43.
And I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to leave, so I want to consent in advance to what's been done so far. Mr. Detiniak, if you could get me those numbers on what we need to do to get to zero, and if we're there, I would appreciate it as soon as possible.
We have a motion on the floor.
Okay,
Yes.
wait. do you
Okay,
want to
so,
run
so
this?
my motion was to make line 155, 35,000.
Correct.
So I
And-
think
and-
what Councilwoman
Thank you, Council
Castellino is
President.
asking, hold on just a second. So Councilwoman Castellino is asking to add $10,000 to line 155.
Mhm.
And that is new money. That is not a reallocation.
Right.
Okay, so to add in, requires 4 votes. And the motion is on the floor. Are we finished discussing?
Yes, thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
No,
Councilwoman Scarpa.
No,
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion fails.
Okay.
So now, Councilwoman Scarpa has left the building with Elvis, and we need to determine whether we continue on or whether we end this with, we haven't even consented to a single page.
okay. Can I say something?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay,
Hold on, Councilwoman Castellino, Councilwoman
Okay,
Newton had her hand up.
so I initially proposed that we reduce this by $50,000. We have now agreed to reduce it by 18. I think that we should call this a day.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino.
Councilwoman, you need to unmute
So-
yourself.
Call it a day, like, we have a few more pages to do. Are we gonna do them, or what are we doing?
Not literally call it a day, but just end this page. We've only
Oh,
reduced.
yeah,
it
yeah,
18
I
We've only
totally
reduced it by
agree.
18,000, which is far less than what I had originally asked for. So
Okay,
I've heard your concerns and I've adjusted.
no, I appreciate that. I thought we were done when we just consented, so.
Okay. We haven't consented on the page yet because you said you stopped the consent.
Oh, my apologies. I'm good now.
Okay, so it looks like we have nothing more on this page. Then it's time for consent.
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 Consent. Now we have to figure out, are we going to continue to move forward without Councilwoman Scarpa, which will require us to come back, or do we want to move forward? We have a majority to reduce a line item. We no longer have a sufficient numbers of council people to increase. So the question is, do we want to move forward at this time? My colleagues, what do you want to do? I'm ready to move forward to try to get this done. Councilwoman Rudin.
Is the other option to have Mr. Detiniak do the debt and finance presentation at this time?
No, we are not going to do that. I thought it was going to save us some time. It obviously didn't, but we do not need to approve the debt management plan or have a presentation today. I was hoping to use that time to get through our agenda on items that we have to get through in order to get the budget ready for adoption. So I have deleted the presentation. We will do it at some point in the future. It's incredibly important that we do so, but it's not as big a priority in my mind as to get our budget ready for adoption. To answer your question, Councilwoman Castellino.
Yeah, I prefer to do, what do we got? A couple pages left? Like, we need to get this budget done. Do we have a couple pages? We got the utilities. Can we at
Yes.
least get through that? See how long that takes us?
Well, we have a majority now of the three people left. Councilman Rudin, you agreed you want to move forward?
I'm fine with moving forward.
Okay. Mr. Ziniak, what's next?
I need 5 minutes for a banking issue that I have to go take care of.
Perfect.
Are you overdrawn again?
No, we don't ever overdraw. No.
Okay,
I need
so
5
we will take a 5-minute break. It's 1:23 now. We'll reconvene at 1:28.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
For those in the Zoom audience, I'd just like to take this opportunity to remind you that the next council meeting is scheduled for Monday, not our normal Tuesday. It will be Monday, and not at 6:30. The time has been moved to 6 o'clock. And the information is on our website. As Council President mentioned, we are going to take a short break, excuse me. So I'm going to put on mute. There's nothing wrong with your computer. We will return shortly, and thank you for your indulgence. Thank you, West Orange, for your patience. We are resuming the meeting. The break was a little longer than we anticipated, but we are back. And once again, thank you for your patience. I just want to clarify a previous announcement. It was suggested to me, and it's a good suggestion. As I have mentioned, the council meeting on September 8th is starting at 6 o'clock. Again, that's Monday, time changed to 6 o'clock. But council is going into executive session immediately following the start of the meeting. And then public comment will resume after executive session. As you know, there's no determining or predicting how long they will be in executive session. But if you're showing up at 6 o'clock thinking that public comment will be at that time, it will not. It will be immediately following executive session. So I just wanted to make that comment, and we're going to forge forward here now. And if you were with us before the break, Councilwoman Scarpa had to leave, so she is no longer here. So we have Council President Councilwoman Rudin and Councilwoman Michelle Castellino online. So with that, enough said. Council President, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. And just to potentially clarify, I can't guarantee this, but we're starting the executive session shortly after 6 o'clock, and we expect to be ready to start public comment at or around 7, but we will see. We're aiming for that. Of course, we were aiming for an hour today, so take that into account as well. Mr. Zinniak.
Thank you, Council President. We're moving on to the next page, which is 113, and this is electricity for the buildings and for recreation buildings and lights.
Thank you. Are there any changes on this? I'm just anticipating Councilwoman Rudin is going to ask for a year-to-date spend. Do you have those numbers?
Yes. So the year-to-date spend for, let me pull it up, sorry. Okay. Okay, the spend on electricity for building and property is $276,731.77. And the electricity for recreation is $71,312.32. So a total of $348,044.09.
Okay, consent?
No.
Okay, I figured it was worth a shot.
Hmm.
Who would like to open the discussion? Councilwoman Rudin?
Well, there's over $200,000, $220,000 left on the table. Very doubtful that that's the amount that will be spent, even during winter months. So I just have to process this for a second.
These payments are through July.
Okay.
We haven't paid August yet.
Okay.
And my hand up.
I'm sorry, we were waiting for Councilwoman Rudin, but please go ahead if that's okay with you, Councilwoman Rudin.
Yeah.
Okay. Please go ahead, Councilwoman Castellino.
Now, so I had asked Mr. Detiniak at a prior meeting. I just wanted to make sure, because I know since the summer began, did you see a big difference with the jump from June to July? Because all across New Jersey, all of our bills are increasing drastically. So I just wanted to make sure, has any kind of calculations been done or any kind of analysis made from now until the end of the year on the increased costs that we've been seeing in all our electric bills?
So
Thank
we did have a rate increase due to that Pennsylvania, Ohio transmission cost increase. But we have not done an assessment yet through the end of the year on how that impacts us.
Do you even know from a quantification what the percentage increase was in that rate increase?
No, I couldn't tell you.
But this will basically have an impact on the final 5 months of the. Councilwoman Castellino, sorry, I thought you were finished.
Yeah, so where I could be supportive with reducing it based on last year, I mean, even my own household, I can't believe I have 2 properties. I can't believe, how we're getting hit over the head from the state. So, I would feel more comfortable if I'm okay if we don't consent on this, if not today, because obviously we don't have the time. But if Mr. Detiniak could take some kind of look at it and get back to us if he recommends any other decreases. Because we don't know what we don't know, and where it appears from last year, we could deduct, but I wouldn't even do that for my own household with the way the rates have increased. So I'd feel more comfortable that he just look at it and then get back to us. And if we could skip over this page and go on to the next one, I'm good with that. Thank you. That's my recommendation.
Okay. Councilwoman Rudin?
I'd just like to ask Mr. Detiniak what your thoughts are on whether any reduction is possible.
I wouldn't recommend reducing, because we still have, we have to book August, September, October, November, December. And I know the electricity load for the colder months is less. But still, I don't think I would recommend cutting it any further. We cut 35,000 a while back. I don't remember when.
Would you mind just giving us a breakout for the electricity for recreation? Did you say that's 71,000?
Yes, that was, what did I say? Yeah, 71,000 and
So-
change, sure.
That's literally for half the year, and they're asking for 179. Does that seem reasonable to you, or does it seem like?
I think overall, the number's right, but the recreation line is too high and the building and property is too low, if that makes sense. So yeah, the recreation line is too high, but again, overall, the 563 number, I think, is what we need to get through the year.
Okay, so I would just say that we just move to consent on this.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
I'm fine with that. I also just want to ask in the recreation electricity budget, is that not just the building, that's for the parks and the lights and the fields and everything
Yes.
all inclusive. I just
Yes.
want everybody to understand what that covered. So it's just not like the recreation building, it's all the fields that we own and our parks, but yeah.
Correct.
I agree. I'm more than happy to consent.
Consent?
Consent.
Consent.
Next page is page 114 and it is street lighting.
Consent?
These are fixed.
Totally
rates.
fixed.
Consent.
Wait, Mr. Detiniak, are these fixed rates?
Yes,
Is it
so
all reimbursable?
no. Public service charges us for all of the lights and it's like a per appliance rate and then what also is included in this is the street lighting for the various communities that we reimburse.
Okay, can you give a breakdown for each one? What year to date, please?
Yes. Second.
Zoom audience, the dead air you hear is not a malfunction. It's just that we are waiting to retrieve some figures. So we still are in the meeting. Just bear with us and thank you for your patience.
So I've got a couple of jokes I could use to fill the dead air. What,
Sorry.
I'm just kidding. I'm terrible joke, Taylor.
So for street lighting, we are at 413,000. And for the condo street lighting reimbursement, we are at $94,337.90.
Are we done with condo street lighting reimbursement? Because I saw a lot of that on the bill list this week.
I'll have to check and make sure that we've paid every one of the, so I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. So the condo street lighting was $94,337.90.
And when when we are reimbursing, are we paying for gas for Llewellyn Park?
No, not gas. Llewellyn Park, we reimburse for snow removal.
No, I meant because they have special lighting.
We
They
have,
have gas lighting.
oh, like Glen Ridge used to. We have a settlement agreement with Llewellyn Park that dictates what we pay, the various reimbursements. So I don't remember the exact calculation for the street lighting, but we do reimburse for street lighting, yeah. Amongst a few other things.
Let me just,
We pay as they come in. So.
While you're doing
it's-
that, Councilwoman, could I just ask a quick question?
of course.
Okay. The 24 number on both of the, well, I just want to look at the street lighting, was about $80,000 less than what was budgeted. And is that anything that's going to be impacting us this year?
That there was less money spent last year.
Yes, it looks like
Uh,
about 80,000, little less than 80,000 spent.
We'll do the calculate. I think we're not going to reach 541. We should have some cushion there, hopefully. So yeah, I'd have to look and see all the charges from last year and see what they were charging per appliance and then look at 2025 and see what the charge per appliance is. Are there more appliances? Is the rate higher? I've never done that here. So
But it's kind of interesting. The condo street lighting was within a couple of $1,000s of budget
Yeah.
last year, so. Okay. Yeah, if you could just, send an email to the council, that would be helpful.
So, sorry. So this year we allocated $77,000 more than was actually paid last year. Is there a reason why that why is it so much more?
so we just kept the same budget amount from last year. Being completely honest, we just didn't raise it. We didn't decrease it. We just rolled the previous 2024 budget amount as 2025.
And is this through August, the total that you gave us, 413?
Let me see. This is through June.
Oh, so it's 6 months. Do you anticipate using this amount since it's $77,000 more? Can we, and you said that there's a cushion? One of my favorite words.
Yeah, I mean, there's not gonna, sorry, there's not gonna be much left. So.
Can we safely take out of here $30,000? Since we have a
I don't think so,
77,000?
no, I don't think so.
What do you think is reasonable?
I think we need the amount that was put in there. I do.
Even though it's $77,000 more than last year?
No, I think we need to keep what we have in there.
Is there any way to take out 10,000 from this?
No,
Considering that probably all the condo street lighting has been reimbursed?
no, I would say we should keep what we have in there.
Because it's subject to the same rate increase.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
All right, then. no more
Consent?
questions. Consent.
Consent, but that figure, sorry, Council President, that figure for, up to June, Mr. Detiniak, had already spent 413,000. Is that
Well,
what you
that
said?
includes the condo. That's a
Okay.
one-time, yeah, it's a one-time payment.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, I'm comfortable with consenting. Thank you.
Next page is fire hydrant service, and we make this payment to American Water, and it's a set payment. This number can't change. We just pay every month, so.
Again, I know you weren't here all of last year, but, you know, we're talking about, you know, $160,000 difference between last year's budget and last year's paid. I don't know if there's lag time, but
Yeah, so we're budgeting for what we need to pay. That's why it more aligns with the payment last
Okay.
year.
so that's why it's gone down,
Mhm.
125 grand this year. Okay. Do I hear a consent?
Consent.
Consent.
Now we're on page 116. These are American Water charges. Let me pull up the data.
I'd just like to remind everyone that grass clippings are not accepted at the recycling center. And information has been posted on the website today, how you can dispose of grass clippings.
I like the PSAs. That's very creative and clever. Thank you. I like that.
Okay.
So the pater, the pater charged for 147 water for building and property is 29,172.70.
Up
And-
until what date?
I will give you that in a second. Let me just give you the numbers. It's two separate screens. Water recreation is 7,183.53. And let me give you the detail. So the water payments are through July.
For water recreation, is that for the pool?
I think the pool is filled with well water, I believe. So, no, it's the various,
All the buildings.
parks and fields and where there's like bathroom connections or water fountain connections or sprinklers,
I don't
guess
think we have any of that, do we? Have,
OSPAC, Toby Cat Center.
like Franklin Avenue,
Sprinklers?
Carteret Street, Cherry Street, Ralph Road, Park Avenue, Liberty Street, St. Cloud, Bolin Drive. Those are all the rec properties,
okay.
but you know, I believe the pool uses well. Because we replaced the pump to fill it before the season started.
So why is the water recreation $1,000 more than what was actually paid or charged last year?
For this one, as I said, with the previous or two budgets ago, electricity, we kept the same amount from 2024 that was budgeted. We rolled forward for 2025.
Can we move both of these to reflect what was actually paid last year?
Oh, you mean reducing the
Reduce it
budget
to the
to
amount?
what was paid or
Yes.
charged last year?
Yes. Instead of the request, what was actually used?
I mean, I don't recommend it, but if that's what you want to do,
Okay.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yeah, so I see what you want to do, Councilman, but again, like, has the rates increased this year? So will the overall number be more than last year? So before we, move to do that, has that analysis been done? So
we
the
haven't
rate
done
has, yeah,
Yeah, we haven't done an analysis on this. I mean, I would just recommend keeping it because it is a pretty small amount of money. I mean, I know we're looking at every dollar and I appreciate that, but I don't know if we're going to really impact it enough to warrant the risk of then over expenditure at the end or needing to transfer money in. I don't know if it's worth it to tinker with this number.
Okay.
I'm good with consenting then.
All right.
Consent?
Consent.
Did we consent to membership NJSLOM?
I thought we
No.
did.
I thought we did. Maybe
No.
we just discussed it. Okay. So if we could do this page,
Okay. So I think we just received a bill on this week. Is that correct?
I didn't see it.
This is for the membership for the magazine?
I didn't see it this
Okay.
week.
So.
that might be for next year.
Okay,
Could be.
Yeah.
so we had talked about this. We have a lot of subscriptions and we had talked about reducing this to just maybe 6 subscriptions. So this number reflects,
We paid this one already. We paid this earlier in the year. So that's what we paid was the 38.19.
so, okay,
So the
What
bill
we
we're
got
getting is for
forward.
next year.
Well, it's 2026 budget that we should be starting on.
because we have a bill this week on this and I believe it's on subscriptions.
Really?
I thought that.
I thought we paid this like early in the year, 38.19.50.
I-
Let me pull up the data.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's advertising. We're advertising on the league, not paying for the membership.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, got it. All right. All right. So,
Consent?
so this was already paid. This exact amount was already paid?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me just make sure.
Councilwoman Rudin, can I call on Councilwoman Castellino? Councilwoman Castellino?
Yeah, just real quick. So how many, like I haven't, I can't remember the last time I received the booklet. So is this for all of us to get, all our books? I mean, did, are we gonna limit that? I mean, we could do it one for the entire council or I don't know,
The-
like if you want to
So
save.
the membership is one fee. The subscription is separate from that. That is a subscription for all council members as well as directors. So, and I did a poll a couple of years ago because they offered whether it was a hard copy or online, whether you wanted to receive it either one of those ways or not at all. And some people did opt out at that point, but many, many did not. So I just want to put that out there. I, for one, I'm not interested in it, but there are a lot of directors that do like to have it.
Okay.
And I assume digital is less expensive?
No, I believe it's the
It's
same.
the
Oh,
same.
wow.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that.
It's the
though.
same, but I mean, clearly we could cut that by half, but this is a membership, is that's for every municipality pays that?
Yeah, if you want to be in the New Jersey League of Municipalities.
And that
And-
also gives council people an access to them. I don't know if anybody's mentioned that to you, but
It also gives you a discount as opposed to a non-member. There's two different fees. So if you're not in it, you'll pay more for the conferences and all that type of
Mhm.
thing.
It's based on the number of employees, right?
I'm not really sure, to be honest.
I think that's the way they
Yeah.
calculate the cost. But we paid it in February.
Okay, all right,
All right, I'm good.
consent?
consent.
Consent.
Didn't we do this one with the chief or no?
I don't have it
Okay.
as.
We had pulled several last meeting.
This is page 118. This is medical transportation billing. This is
Okay,
this is the service that we use, Coronis. They manage all of our EMS billing and the payment processing, and
and what have we paid year to date?
I'll pull that up right now. So we have paid to date $64,015.85. Let me pull up the time period.
Council President.
Yes. I'm gonna call Mr. Smeraldo, if that's okay with everyone. Mr. Smeraldo.
Yes, sir. Just to give you my insight on this medical transport billing while Mr. Deteniak is looking at the monies charged. So the purpose we did when we hired this company, since I was familiar with this a while back, is that they bill us for based on monies collected and received, on receivables. So, and the reason that we use this service is so that when our EMS providers, our firefighters and the ambulance go to the hospital, they automatically upload this right at the hospital, and they begin working on the bill claims right away. So, so this is based on what is collected. And whatever is spent here, I just want you to keep that in mind. That and I don't know what the numbers are and the figures are, but when you're making your decision on this, if you choose to cut, just know that this is based on billable trips that are received and that we collect on. So, because unfortunately sometimes there's some, especially when we're talking like Medicare, there's sometimes we just can't, there's some people just don't have the funding or they just don't pay. So, and that's a standard in the industry because when we've chosen to do that as a municipality, not to do a balance bill, also the residents, the 20%. So you have to understand the particulars of this service. So I just want to throw that out there so you have a better understanding why we do this and how we do this. And it's been very profitable for us in that sense because we don't have to hire somebody to manage this for us based on the monies collected in the past.
So we've paid through June of 2025.
I'm sorry, what was that amount? I didn't get it.
$64,015.85. And that's January through June.
Okay. So even if that continues at that, I'm sorry, Council President.
Please.
If that continues at that rate, we would be budgeting for 128 for the year. We've budgeted 185. I see a need for a reduction here. And I'd like to suggest that we make a reduction of $50,000. And that would still leave you with a little pad.
That might be too drastic of a cut.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, it's,
Okay, one at a
Okay.
time, one at a time.
then I
Councilwoman Rudin has the floor.
would like to make it the same as what it was last year, what was actually paid and charged last year then, if you think that that's too much, to bring it down to 145 even.
So 40,000.
Yes, 40,000. And that's still way, averaging per month, you're still doing okay.
Councilwoman Gasolino.
So I hear you. If this service is less, that means less people are using it, which is a good thing. But this one, you need like a crystal ball to know what the numbers are going to be at the end. Take it to 150. I wouldn't go lower than that. I'll agree to 150.
Okay. So I make a motion to reduce this by $35,000.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Mr. Ziniak, I would like to hear your thoughts. Please.
I think, based on what we've seen from January through June, I'd love to see July, simply because there's probably, well, the July invoice is probably going to be based on maybe May or June. I have to see how they work, calls and the billing and all that. So, I just wonder if like July and August are going to be larger invoices, but I think we'll be okay. Again, it seems to be trending to where we'll spend around 130,000 with Coronas. So, we can live with what did we say it was?
Well, now it would be 150.
150.
150. I think we can live with that.
Okay.
Just want to ask a follow-up question. This invoicing reflects the amount of volume of collections.
Correct.
So if we reduce and we have more than that, does the state allow us to just take money out of the additional revenue
No.
that caused the additional billing?
No.
Okay.
That's like contra accounting. We're not allowed to pull fees from revenue.
Okay.
Only if they're in trust funds like animal control trust fund, we can we pull the the expenses from the revenue. But they don't allow that for anticipated revenue, which, we do anticipate EMS revenues. So, do people do it? Yeah, they do. But it's technically not allowed. We have to budget for it as a separate appropriation to pay for the service.
Okay, so just to clarify, the budget request is for $185,000 to cover the billing costs related to the revenue. We paid out a little over $145,000 last year, and I'm not sure, Councilwoman Castellino, what your motion is for. Is it for 150?
150.
Okay.
I'm sorry, was that Councilwoman Ruden's motion though?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
My
sorry,
suggestion.
Councilwoman Castellino.
I know, I know, I just want to make sure we,
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Seconded by Councilwoman
Oh,
Castellino.
okay. Close enough. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries. Do we have a consent on the page?
Consent.
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 Thank you.
the sewer, I know we did. I know we did sewer. I know we consented, right? I know we did it because I remember saying we can't change anything about it. It is what it is.
Madam Clerk,
If
we
you
can
don't have
still read your,
lips,
we
let's
can
just
still read
do
your
it.
lips. Just so you know.
I'll consent if we need a consent.
So, yeah, it was okay. Can we consent on joint outlet sewer maintenance? This is,
It's okay with me.
oh, Council President, can we,
Yeah, I don't see any reason not to.
Consent.
Consent for me,
Okay,
I think.
consent.
Yes, we got 3 consents.
Mm.
and then we did maintenance of free public library, correct? Or did we ever consent to it?
No, we
because
never
There
did.
was, okay.
I think.
I don't have a mark.
If the council will look at page 120, maintenance of free public library, if I could just explain the pieces. So the line 200 is the third of a mil calculation. It's the municipal library levy for 2025, which must be paid over to the library. This is their appropriation. Line 210 was a special request line that the library has made in the past few years for $50,000. The council, through the introduction of the budget, had reduced this line, had rejected it. So we did not put the $50,000 in the library special request. And then line 211 was a line that was used to maintain the 10 Rooney property, but does not belong in the outside cap maintenance of the free public library appropriation. So what I did was I reduced the line from the request by the full $700,000, and then we put back in something like 300 something thousand into public buildings and grounds. So those are the items that you see here. So really what's left is we will pay that full amount of $2,828,055.36. There is no getting around that. We must pay that out to the library by the end of the year.
Councilwoman Castellino.
So, okay, so my question was on, we did take out 210. And I just want to explain, the reasoning behind that. Requested numerous times for the itemized budget from the library director, which I'm very disappointed we did not receive. So therefore, we couldn't grant that request until we saw his itemized budget. What he had sent to us was not that. So I'm a little disappointed that we did not receive that. In any case, I just wanted that to be noted. But I'm fine with consenting on this page. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have a question.
Councilwoman.
For the library, the request was for 700,000, although they had for line item 211. Was that for Realty Pro? What is this?
They
for?
were included in that as well. This was not the library requesting this.
Right.
This was the township. The township had put appropriations in here to take care of the 10 Rooney property. That Realty Pro was included in that for, when they took over the building, they kept them on. It could have been really to do anything at 10 Rooney, replacing, I don't know, fixing the property, fixing the grounds. And, when I saw it and I had talked to the library director and, I learned what this was really for, I knew I can't leave it here anymore because this particular line in the budget is, and I've explained this, is outside of caps. It's outside of the appropriation cap because the state recognizes that, you have to pay the library whatever they're due. So we're not going to punish you for their library levy and put it in caps. So it's always outside of caps. The state also allows for, if a municipality wants to increase the appropriation to the library, they can do it and they can put it in that outside cap line. This $700,000 does not go to the library. It was for us to use for the property. And it's not allowed to be in the outside cap. So that's why we took it out fully. And then what we put back in to buildings and grounds to take care of 10 Rooney was not a full $700,000. It was a much smaller figure.
And what was that figure again?
Let me go. Anyway, that actually fine. Can you give like a history of the
Fun
town?
fact.
Sure. I actually do have a public service announcement. Home safety is paramount. And the other day, I inadvertently handed my wife a glue stick instead of chapstick, and she still hasn't spoken to me. So I just wanted to put that out there. No, home safety, of course, is paramount important. It is not a joking matter. Next month, October, is going to be Fire Safety Month, and West Orange Public can expect some announcements shortly about open house, our annual open house at the West Orange Fire Department to promote, public safety. Thank you, Council President. Mr. Detiniak, I hope I filled enough dead air before I come dead air.
Oh, here it is. $325,000.
Right. And so what is the justification for 325? Because the Realty Pro was 8,000 a month and that is now done, right? We paid the last bill for that.
So I think we charge some utilities there, building maintenance, cleaning.
We pay for the cleaning of the building.
Yeah.
Is that part of our overall cleaning contract?
Yeah, I think it's included. Yeah.
Okay. So why would that be additional? Because we've already approved the cleaning contract for the municipal buildings.
Right. But the 10 Rooney gets charged to that particular line item. Um, God, are we gonna revisit buildings and grounds now?
Well, I don't understand why that's a very large amount to just shift over to buildings and ground when I don't really understand what's in this 325,000.
Okay, let me pull up what we're spending.
And if you can confirm whether we are done with our relationship with Realty Pro.
Yeah, we're done with them. We were paying unpaid invoices from a prior year.
Okay.
To them.
And have we?
I don't understand. I mean, it was nice that we spread it out,
Mhm.
but I don't know why they decided to take it that way. I would have thought they would have said, pay us all at once, but we were spreading out unpaid invoices from prior year. We are done with them. Yeah. We have repairs, phone bill, alarm, cleaning,
Utilities?
utilities. Yep.
But isn't all of this in the overall utilities budget, building budget, cleaning budget?
I mean, for whatever reason, they wanted to separate the expenses for this particular property. I don't know if they wanted to show that the overall building was generating a profit because of the TSA lease. And I don't know why, but they segregated expenses for 10 Rooney to one particular line item. Let me bring it up.
Does that seem like a lot to pay for the maintenance of one building?
Yes, but then when we have like the sewer back, I mean, the drain backup, and we had to do all this work there, then it doesn't seem like too much. Oh.
So my question is then, is this 325 just there in case there's an emergency? Because everything else seems to be covered by individual bills that we've already addressed.
Let me pull up what we're
Okay.
spending. Yeah.
You need a minute, John?
No. I have. Yeah, so far this year, we've spent 175,000. We have the rental lights, we have we've had HVAC expenses, we have plumbing expenses. You got that dog park,
Why are we paying for the dog park?
landscaping.
You said last time that was a mistaken bill for.
Well, they
the
did make a
landscape.
mistake on the bill. The bill was wrong, but they're still doing
Was
stuff
the
there.
bill-
Yeah.
Was the bill too low?
No, I think it was too high the last time.
Okay, we
Yeah.
can discuss that later.
Yeah.
But so we're paying a lot of money for these Herc rentals.
We're paying on the Herc rentals. We did look into different lights. We did. We did find there's a hybrid version where it's there is a solar component and then gas. And then there is a totally solar, but it didn't have the output that we needed for the parking lot. We did look into the Whole Foods lights too.
And there would be no savings. We're spending $5,000 a month on gas lights still.
No, I still want to buy lights. I don't want to rent them anymore. We're just they wanted to sell us really old ones, and I don't want them with a ton of miles on them, a ton of hours on them. But we are trying to find new lights. Let me see what else. We put a fence up.
Why were the
elevator
lights out
service,
to
we put
begin
the
with?
water. And the electric for Rooney is pretty expensive.
Mhm.
Why were the lights out? I don't know. I don't know how long the property sat before we took it over. I just don't know the history of 10 Rooney.
Okay, so I know that this touches on a different budget, but that still seems like a big gap between 175 and 325. Is there any way to reduce that and adjust a different page?
The electric bills have been like $15,000 a month.
Why?
Um,
Why are they so high for one building when we also get income?
Old lights.
The lights, the HVAC, computers,
$15,000 a month for
That-
two basically big rooms?
well, no, I mean, it's the entire building. You have the library, you have TSA. It's I don't know. I think Mr. Smeraldo probably knows more about like the square footage of the building and all that, but yeah,
we-
I mean,
if-
I'm looking at like the April 26th to May 27th electric bills, $12,619.50. March was $13,742 for electric.
The unusual plumbing bill that we had came out of this?
Yes, yeah, for the backup and all that. And we put in an insurance claim for that, but we did charge it to here.
Is there some way to reduce this budget?
Maybe not this year.
I
May-
just don't
maybe
understand why
next
one
year.
building is this expensive.
No, it isn't. It's free. Remember?
That's right,
It's free.
right. I mean, they,
Not your fault.
I guess, I guess like there's the HVAC is all electric and not only the cooling, the heating, I think, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say, I don't know what it is.
Well, I believe Mr. Smeraldo said that we need to replace the lights. The lights are very old and they're probably much more efficient if we can get in new ones.
And hopefully we can include them because, you know, we got approached actually a few months ago. I can't remember the company. They work with PSE&G. PSE&G frequently, you know, puts out these major grants to, I think they've done it here in the past, replace lighting and HVAC, which I guess they're not going to replace HVAC, but to replace lighting and all that, to be more efficient. So now that, you know, we do own the building, that could be included in one of those projects. You know, I don't know if there's any room for solar. I would think it sits out in a big parking lot, big roof. Maybe there could be solar components, but you know, I'm just speculating now.
So before I call on Councilwoman Castellino, just a quick question. Is this the only facility where we have cost center accounting? Or do you do that for other?
It's the only facility. I mean, we do some with recreation, like you've seen some of the utility where we break out recreation, but essentially it's all the parks and all that. But no, this is the one property that we have like really segregated and are applying expenses to, you know, just this property from a line item perspective.
Yeah, I actually think it's a good idea because if we ever want or try to sell that, the buying market is going to want to know those numbers.
I'm sorry, but to go back to Realty Pro, I mean, you are right. Like Realty Pro is done and that was a significant cost. But I think, you know, we did cut the budget pretty significantly on 10 Rooney and, you know, we've had issues in the last few months that, you know, we're making major repairs and we had to put a fence in and so that money is going to be used to take care of the building.
but we have 6 months, I believe, to still account for in spending, that we will not need the $8,000 a month, which we had been using. So it seems fair to request that 48,000 come out of this budget. And also, we really should be moving to getting a better lighting situation. Having diesel tanks burning outside the library is not a good solution for
I agree.
our community.
I don't like them. When I walked by it, I was like, what is this? Smells bad.
Right.
It's-
It's
I
polluting,
get
it's
it. Yeah.
noisy.
And we've been like I said, we looked at hybrid, we looked at some alternatives. Plus, I don't like the fact that, we are spending a lot of money and renting them. Um, uh,
A lot of
Okay.
money. Isn't there something that we can bring in that is a stopgap solution that is less than 5,000 a month for diesel lighting?
I'll keep working with the DPW director. I did approach him on this, and I did have Paula looking into some other methods. I asked about solar. The company said that the output wasn't enough. And that if you weren't getting enough input, you're gonna end up with lights going out before you want them to. That's why I sort of like the hybrid model. That if you need it, the gas engine kicks on.
Okay, so while this is still being worked out and you're trying to find a better solution, can we just reduce this by 48,000? Because we are no longer paying Realty Pro, and that was part of what was budgeted for in this request. And
This particular line item, though, is something that you discussed with Director Reynolds, and he came in here and I thought there was an agreement on the overall buildings and grounds, because this has been in there the whole time. So I don't want to just say cut
But-
48,000.
but this was moved to.
This was moved
to
way
what page?
before.
We gotta speak one at a time, please. Mr. Detiniak.
This was moved before we introduced the budget, and this was part of the conversation with Director Reynolds. So I do understand your point about Realty Pro, but I know the director was in here and he had a lot of conversations with you, and I thought there was an agreement on what buildings and grounds was going to be. So I don't want to just say, all right, take 48,000 away from it now.
I'm sorry, was this a separate line item in buildings and grounds?
It is, it's at the bottom. It says maintenance of 10
Maintenance of
Rooney,
10 Rooney.
325.
Yes, and we really had never discussed that line item. It was just transferred right in.
No, there was a discussion.
I have all my notes here. There was no discussion on the 325.
I mean, I know I talked about moving this out, and I talked about how, it wasn't just moving 700,000 to another line item, that there was a significant cut, and
Right, but the cut wasn't really a cut. It was just going back to what the previous paid amount was. I mean, you had requested 700,000 when you hadn't, the usage was
Right.
was only 306.
and it was budgeted in 24 or 700,000 as well. So,
Right.
so, we were pretty close to what was paid or charged with our request. But again, I know we're not paying Realty Pro as much, but we also so we had to put the fence in because there was a danger to children falling off that retaining wall. We spent 17 something thousand dollars on a fence. We had the plumbing issues.
I hear what you're saying, but it sounds like those large costs have already been paid. We've paid the large sewer bill. We paid for the fencing,
Yes.
and
Those
we
are
are no
done.
longer paying for Realty Pro. So it seems appropriate to reduce that just to reflect the fact that we no longer have that obligation.
Can I weigh in, Council President?
Yeah, I'm
done.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry. I thought the Councilwoman Ruden's done. So please, Councilwoman Castellino.
Yeah, so my recollection of this was, I know we want to talk about Rooney and what a horrible transaction it was. We all forget we get $1.4 million in rental income. And we also receive, if we're smart, we'll keep renting out the other space on the lower level, because that is an opportunity for additional revenue for this space. We have not passed a capital budget. So, unless you're going to put things in capital and they don't have to go to this well, I would say reduce it, but we haven't even had a conversation about the Capitol. It is an older building. Things come up constantly on this building. And unless we do a direct analysis again to do that work this winter in another workshop, which I'm willing to do. I say I would not play with this. They reduced it from 700 down to 325. And so we did have a discussion on, and we all agreed with the 325 number at the time. So I highly recommend that we move on. We got to get this budget done. And we could change it again with the 2026 budget, but having no capital budget right now, I'm reluctant to change that number. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
So can I speak?
Sure.
Just for the record, we have spent 175,000 to date. What I am suggesting still leaves them with $100,000. I'm just requesting to reduce the amount for Realty Pro, which we no longer have that obligation. That is just sensible. We still have $100,000. And that's enough to cover the rentals, the electric, and emergencies, I would imagine.
So what was the amount that you, 48?
To remove 48,000 from this to reduce it to 277.
Sorry, I'm just going to the page.
I have a question.
Okay, hold on. I think Mr. Dziniak has.
I just want to bring it up
trying to
for,
answer Councilwoman Rudin.
I just want to bring up the page for the people at home because I didn't go back to the page on the screen. So just for everyone at home. So can I counter with, I think we can live with 300,000.
Can you go full screen on that, John?
Oh, yeah. It just gets really small
Yes.
though.
Yes,
Okay.
make a motion to reduce this budget to 300,000, and that's taking out 25,000. And that's what Mr. Dittian just made a motion. Well, he didn't make a motion, but.
I have a question and I'll second it after my question.
Extortion. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman.
So my question is the renters that we have in there now for the lower part of the building, when are they there until?
The end of the month.
And then they're done? Are they gonna renew?
I don't know if they're renewing or not. Mr. Smeraldo had a conversation with them, but I think it was a 3-month.
Yeah. So Council President, if I may.
Yes, you beat me to it. You have
Okay,
the
so,
speed.
so the contract expired August 30th, and they had a 3-month option to renew, and they chose not to. So the lease concluded August 31st.
Okay, so no one's in there right now.
Correct.
And in order to get that ready to rent out to somebody else, what kind of work needs to be, like, have we thought about any of that? What kind of work needs to be done? Again, we haven't discussed capital.
Yeah,
So
I think the accounting term is called buku bucks.
If I could just interrupt this, please. Again, I just want to focus on what we're going to do with this budget so we can get through the budget.
Yep.
These are all very good questions, but I don't think it's something that we can address or need to address as we're trying to get the budget ready for adoption. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gasolino?
So my thoughts on this are that before we lower it, I just want to make sure if we need revenue to renovate that space so we could capitalize on the revenue that we could be created from that space. I just don't want to sell ourselves short. So if anybody, I'm not sure, I may be the only one thinking this way, but in my brain, I would say we have that empty space. I would hope someone's looking at it to say, okay, let's lease this out. What do we need to do to get it ready? So I just want to make sure we have some funds there to prep the space so we can make additional revenue on it. And if that hasn't been discussed yet, and we need to wait on this page, fine. If you could do that with reducing it by 25,000, fine too. I just want to throw it out there because I don't want to just, get into a conversation a month or two from now. Why didn't we rent it out? Oh, we didn't have money to renovate it. That's all. So I'm done. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Mr. DeBovi.
Thank you, Council President. The cost that might be associated with getting the space available for to rent to another tenant should reflect what the future tenant's going to be. And since we don't know that, we really don't need to allocate money for that. And frankly, you could probably negotiate the costs associated with a renovation into the lease rate, where the tenant may actually end up paying for that. So I'm gonna just use my prior real estate background to suggest that we probably don't need to spend much, if anything, on readying the space until there's a tenant who is ready to sign.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because again, we don't know what their needs are going to be. We could get a tenant like we just had that, they just needed a space. So we didn't have to outfit anything. And so, yeah,
Okay.
we'd have to do more of a wait and see and before we do any major renovation.
Councilwoman Castellino, did I hear you slip up?
No, I'm okay. I mean, I just wanted to put it out there. So if you're comfortable with that, I just, I think you need some money, not much. I'm not talking about, redoing the whole thing and gutting it. I'm just, you need nominal dollars. So I'm okay with the recommendation. What that Mr. Detiniak, you said, what, 300 you could live with?
Yes.
Okay, I'll agree to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a clarification. You say that we've spent $175,000 so far.
Yeah.
Is that as of June 30th or July 31st?
No, that's as of today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, their last expenditure was on September 1st.
So it's not wise to try to extrapolate that. Okay. Okay, just another point of clarification. Does the library pay in any way for its operating expenses?
Yes. Yes, we do get reimbursed for their utility. So we use a utility management company software program to basically figure out their usage, and then they do pay us for that.
So they pay for electricity? Do they pay for anything else?
They pay for electricity. Yeah.
Okay, which is not insubstantial, but.
No, I
just
mean,
wanted
it's pretty, yeah. And
Okay,
let me just say also,
Councilwoman Rudin.
So when
and
you,
TSA pays us as well.
okay, so you had mentioned that the charges that were included in the 325, initially 325 included electricity. But now you're saying that we actually get reimbursed for that electricity.
We do. Yeah. Yeah.
So why is
So
that?
not all of it. I mean,
Why is that
there's a large
in
part of
here?
it that's our own. Yeah.
How much of it are we actually paying?
You mean net?
Right.
Net of any payments from either of the tenants? Is that what you're asking, Councilwoman?
Yes. After we get paid back, what are our costs? Our real costs? Because the others, I don't know what the HVAC costs. We do know what the HERC rental costs and the plumbing we just dealt with. But I'm just saying, we're still leaving $100,000 on the table.
Well, most HVAC is electrical, so I don't know that we can actually cost allocate an HVAC system.
Mm.
I'll have to get that. I can't tell from the budget detail report I have.
That would be substantial, though. And that we're getting paid back for, and we've put that in this budget line. So that's extra pad.
Well, it's,
It is extra pad. Am I
and
correct?
it- I don't want to talk without,
Who
I
brought this
raised
up
my
again?
hand.
I did.
This was after you said I would agree to $300,000.
Right, but you had previously said that the costs that this was covering included electricity,
It does. yeah.
which you're saying is mostly reimbursed by our tenant and by the library.
It
So
does. Mhm.
I'm seeing a little extra
Oh, yeah.
cushion there.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking,
What are you thinking? 50?
yeah,
I
at
have,
least, at
Still
least,
more.
at least another 50, because you're talking about maybe you said a $12,000
Yeah,
per month.
12,000.
So
50,000,
we
50,000.
reduce this by $50,000, they're still golden.
uh,
They're
Right.
getting reimbursed, Councilwoman, for that expense.
if I get called on, I'll answer you. I gotta
Okay.
wait to get
Okay,
called
let's
on.
just hold on for a second. A three-way just doesn't work.
Yeah,
We're
that
waiting
it?
for,
Because I don't think that picks up when there's too many people talking.
while we're waiting for Mr. Zatiniak to come up, Councilwoman Castellino.
okay, so I have the library's budget here, which is not in the format I wish, and I apologize because Mr. Smeraldo did receive, I did not get it because it went to my spam and I was away the first week in August. So he did send something. It wasn't the format that I was looking for, but deciphering it, he spent in 2024 for his utilities. I'm not sure how much of it he pays us back. He had down for utilities $5,168. He's also budgeting 96,000 for this year, which I'm totally blown away by. So I don't know why he would budget that when he only has $5,168 in that column, but I'm totally confused here.
Councilwoman Castellino, did you say $49,000 budgeted in that line item for this year in the
Well, I
library?
have here utilities 2024, $5,168 spent. And then he has proposed for 2025, $96,000. Why he increased his utility fees by that much, I don't know. That's a question. The year before he had budgeted 150,500 and only spent $5,168. So I'm just confused. It's not our budget, it's the library's budget. So,
All right. Councilwoman Castellino, could you just email that to the rest of the council when you get a chance, please?
yeah,
Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, so we're back, I think, to Mr. Zatiniak.
Council
So-
President, if I may just interrupt for 1 second, I'm sorry. Actually, that was sent to all the council on August 4th. I'll forward it to you right now. So for the one that Mr. Cubey sent, I'm going to send it to everybody right now.
Thank you, Mr. Smeraldo.
Okay.
Mr. Zatiniak.
So, yeah, I'm checking with one of my accountants. So the way I would book it would show as a budget reimbursement. I don't see it as a budget reimbursement, so I'm checking to see if it comes in as miscellaneous revenue not anticipated, so a revenue item, the reimbursements, but I will let you know. And we can obviously quantify it because we do get checks from them. So maybe we come back to this when I get that answer.
So you want to hold on this page until you get the answer, or do you want to?
The library page or the buildings
This
page?
has to do with buildings.
Yeah, the buildings
but
page,
it-
yeah. Do we ever consent to the library page? I don't know.
No.
No,
To the library page?
yeah.
Oh,
Let's consent to the library page, but for the buildings
Consent.
page,
consent.
It's,
yeah, for the buildings page, let me get the numbers to you and you know,
Um,
so I think 25,000 is where we're at right now, but obviously you're gonna want,
Would you want to just do the 25,000 now? Because you've already agreed that that works for you and works for
Yeah,
the
I mean,
administration.
it's easy to go back to it and keep reducing. So
You-
if you
you-
want to do 25,000 now.
you've been reimbursed 25,000.
No, 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 no. I think,
You have a motion, Councilwoman.
I think when we talked about the $25,000. If you want to vote on that now, take that out now and then revisit it, we can always revisit it.
The original,
Uh,
oh, you had said 20, right,
Yeah,
okay.
Go to 300.
So did we vote on that?
No, because we didn't have a second.
Okay.
Councilwoman Castellino wanted to get an answer to your question and then promised to second.
I second.
Is there any further discussion?
Are we coming back to this?
Yeah, we can come back to it, yeah.
So
Mhm.
that we can find out exactly how much we're being reimbursed?
Let me give you the reimbursement numbers, yeah, and then if you want to.
Okay, so then we should cut the 25 right now and then get the number of how much we're being reimbursed and then reduce it further right here.
Yep.
Okay,
Mhm.
So we have a motion, we have a second. It is to reduce this line item by by $25,000. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
yes,
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes,
yeah.
The motion carries.
thank you. And we're going to come back to the page. We're not going to consent to the page at this time.
Correct.
What page is that we need to consent to?
79.
Okay.
Did we want to go back to business administrator or what did we table?
Yes, we did.
Business administrator, litigation, expense.
Mhm.
And
Yes, I think we should, but I'm confused about well, I think we left it with the administration to give us, I'm not sure why we tabled it.
Which item, which page?
Page 31.
Is that the business administrator? We are planning to have an executive session.
Got it.
With legal guidance on Monday.
Got
Okay,
Yeah, we had 2 pages for legal guidance.
it. Okay.
What was the other page?
Litigation expenses.
This is interesting.
Oh, I get what you mean. Yes. Sorry. IT, S&W. I believe that was the other one that you wanted to wait on.
Oh, that has to do with one of the employees, yeah.
Correct.
I have not gotten any additional information. We had a very, very, very brief reference to this at the last budget workshop. I don't have any additional information.
Sure.
And I'll need that to figure out where we go from here. So that's not something that's going to be settled today, unfortunately.
is there anything else that we need to revisit?
Madam Clerk, we tabled some of the central IT, correct?
What pages are those?
42?
My agenda. 43 to 47. Well, 42, we're not going to talk about. That was the
Okay,
43, we approved. 44, we approved.
Was it central IT PD expense?
Yes,
We didn't.
we did not
tabled.
approve. So that
oh,
was
we needed to get feedback on that.
page 45. We were supposed to get a breakdown.
For the additional money.
While ago. Oh, it might be in his office.
Sorry, Council President, can I have 2 seconds? Oh, there he is.
All right.
ESP. Like the Assistant Business Administrator.
Council President, I just want to say that I was looking over Ms. Kaczynski's notes, and page 79 on August 7th was consent 3-0.
Yeah.
There was a couple of items voted on 8-4, and then she went back to, it says continuation pages 79 and 80. Consent 3-0.
You're sure we did 79?
That's what she wrote here.
Okay. So what do we need to do to make that correction?
I don't know.
Well, we've revisited
Yeah.
pages that we consented to.
Okay, so I'm just gonna make that note that we're gonna revisit.
Right.
But I just wanted to point that out so that,
Thank you.
you know,
Thank you.
you're
All
welcome.
right.
Yeah, I thought we had
Hello.
done that page. Okay, so now we are back on
Page 45.
page 45. Thank you.
Whoa. Yeah.
Okay, page 45. Central IT PD expenses. Mr. Garcia, welcome back.
Council President, so we have Mauricio Garcia here. Mauricio handles the IT for non-uniform. But obviously has a lot of knowledge about, or is going to give us as much as he can about the PD operations, but the employee that is in charge of the PD IT operations is not available today. So but we've asked Mr. Garcia to come in and provide any insights that he can.
Actually, before I started, I got a couple of things I wanted to say. Just to let you guys know, I spoke to AT&T FirstNet about our budgetary issues, and they changed all of our pricing for our cell phones, MiFis, and tablets. So our current pricing for a phone with tethering on it is $39.99. They dropped that to $25.83 as effective last month for perpetuity from now on. We also migrated our data plans for our our MiFis onto a tiered system. So any MiFi that's sitting around in someone's desk or something that's not being used will be charged from 0 to 1 gigabyte, $10, from 1 to 2 gigabytes, 15, and then anything beyond the 2 gigabytes goes to what we're currently paying, the $36.99.
Okay.
So that was nice to
So
have.
Yes.
So,
I
first of all-
have one question real quick.
Yes.
Did you threaten them? Did you threaten AT&T that Councilwoman Rudin was coming after them?
I think they were expecting a
Okay.
call. Yeah.
Okay. Please go ahead.
thank you for,
And actually, on top of that, Nick at some point, he removed 57 MiFis, and I had removed 23 MiFis and tablets on top of that budget. So
Thank you.
Most of these were relics of the COVID times where everyone was working from home and whatnot. And they were just, nobody really monitored them after that. So just letting you know
Okay.
that's where we are.
so first of all, thank you for taking a look at that. I do want to ask if you will continue to monitor those MiFis that get from 0 to 10 gigabytes?
Yeah, right now, there's only 4 MiFis on that. I'm looking to move all of the cars, all of our MDTs in the cars onto this particular system as well. In case a car is in the shop or something, we're not gonna be paying for it. And the worst that we would pay that we're currently paying. So
Right.
there's really no disadvantage to do that, and it's a much better interface. The original FirstNet interface, we can run reporting and stuff, but often it'll take a day or two to even get the report back. This new system for the MiFis, it's instant. It's a fantastic system.
Okay,
Yeah.
so am I correct that the bill for this month went down to 7,000 from the prior 10,000?
I haven't looked at that.
Okay, and that's what we got. So I was pleased to see that. So I think your work
And it'll
is
probably
being
be-
reflected.
Yeah, it'll probably
Okay.
be-
Now, why did they lower it from
You know,
45 to 27?
I talk to them kind of regularly, and I told them this is, this is where we are. And they said, well, a lot of municipalities are doing this. We have new plans. So they put me in touch with someone to with their new plan. They probably wouldn't have if I didn't talk to them
Okay,
about it.
that's, yeah, that's what I call every year to get a new plan because they always end up lowering it.
Now, FirstNet, just so you know, I was very hesitant to get away from FirstNet. FirstNet is a national, it's a national company under AT&T, and they ran this with the federal government. So we're actually on a different bandwidth than your average AT&T users. We're in bandwidth, I believe, 12. So if there's another Sandy or something like that, or something terrible hits, all the first responders are on a different bandwidth and they get priority,
Okay,
for. all.
so we're not with FirstNet anymore.
We are.
Oh, we are,
No,
but we're
FirstNet.
just at a,
They just changed the pricing on the FirstNet. So this new pricing sort of competes with T-Mobile and stuff like that.
Okay.
T-Mobile does not have that priority services for first responders.
right, now this might not be in your comfort
Mhm.
zone. You can probably imagine that it's in mine. Would you, since they obviously had this cheaper plan, would you be comfortable asking them to make an adjustment since they had this out there and they were charging us
Yeah.
45, yeah, like a
So I'll see what they can do.
several months or a year of adjustment?
I'll talk to them.
That would be great. And all of, we'll make sure that that goes directly to you.
Oh, yeah.
Can you guarantee?
Councilwoman Rudin, excuse me, before you continue, and pardon the interruption. Council President, Councilwoman Castellino has, her laptop battery has died. She has not been with us for the last few minutes, but she will be rejoining us by phone. And as of now, she is not in the meeting. And I just wanted to make you aware of that, but I will advise you when she rejoins us.
Yeah, let's hold on. If she's gonna be on phone, it should only take a couple of minutes, so
Okay.
maybe we'll take another. We're gonna shoot for 5 minutes, so it's 3:07. We'll be back at 3:12.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I
To the
guess,
members of West Orange Zoom audience, as you have heard, we're going to take a short break. Councilwoman Castellino will be rejoining us by phone. So I'm going to be putting you on our signal on mute. So you will not hear anything. It is not your machine. Thank you for your patience in advance, and we will rejoin you shortly.
Oh.
have two phones.
I don't think he ever.
He always had
Two?
two phones.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Councilwoman Roden, our microphones are live. Just for the last 30 seconds. The person who was in the meeting with the last three numbers, 3347, is that Councilwoman Castellino?
I would have said what was on camera.
I was not aware.
I don't think it's appropriate to discuss it off camera.
This has to do with the phone bill, which is not a budget item.
Oh.
Councilwoman Castellino, can you hear us?
Well, I would call Mauricio to ask him this question anyway. It's not like but if you want to discuss it, you want me to ask these again?
be her.
Yeah, it's her, but she doesn't know how to unmute herself. I have Megan talking to her right now.
Why did Randy chair us in this week?
Maybe it's even, yeah. It could be.
Our microphones are live. And closed captioning.
Yeah.
What?
Very sensitive.
See, this is the
Yes.
AT&T mobility bill for this month is 7,000. That's what. It used to be 10.
Okay, yeah, so it definitely went down. There's no question. I mean, we got rid of, like I said, 60.
Getting picked up.
That's
80s.
okay.
Okay.
With
Just
your
wanna
business,
make you-
that's fine.
Make
About
you.
80 Wi-Fi's and tablets. Well, we added a few. We added about 20.
Tablets.
No, but yeah, they wouldn't be on seven Wi-Fi tablets.
I thought we were gonna reduce
Yeah.
Wi-Fi.
I'm sorry.
I thought,
Wi-Fi tablets.
oh, okay. So, and there's an additional charge from July 22nd to July 21st for a cell phone. For a cell phone for 313. Do you know what that is? We're not starting yet. We're just.
Well, we
on.
are live. This
Okay.
discussion is being broadcast.
That's fine. That's fine. I just want.
To those members in the Zoom audience, thank you for your patience. We have reached a technical difficulty with Councilwoman Castellino not being able to get into the meeting. She is attending remotely. Her laptop battery has died, and we're trying to get her in by phone. As of yet, we have not been successful, and I apologize for the delay. Councilwoman Castellino, can you unmute yourself? I see you in the meeting. I got your text message that you can hear us. I think *67 unmutes you, but I'm not sure.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you for your due diligence.
Sorry, guys. I'll be at a
Council President.
laptop in a few minutes.
Council President, Councilwoman Castellino is back in the meeting, and I think we can resume now. She can hear us and communicate with us as well. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
Okay.
Council President, you can take over anytime you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Thank you for your great efforts. Welcome back, Councilwoman Castellino.
Sorry about that.
So I think we last left that there was a dialogue between Councilwoman Rudin and Mr. Garcia. I don't know who was speaking last. I think you were starting to speak and then,
No, I think we were just reviewing the phone bill, which is not part of the police IT, but thank you so much for everything you've done. And really, look forward to more savings that we're going to make on this.
We also removed several phone lines, the hardwire lines. We're doing, when we started that audit, there was 2,000 lines that the town owned. We dropped down when we went to our VoIP lines. There was still 300 lines that were still active. Most of them were POTS lines for security measures. A lot of fax lines. We're chipping away at all of our fax lines. It's probably about 5 or 6 lines that still require fax, because all of our phone numbers that we have can receive text messages, faxing, and all of that. So we got rid of most of the fax lines, but we still have a few departments like the health department, finance, administration that require secure fax. So we got e-fax for those, and we're chipping away and removing all the other fax lines. And a lot of them we just don't know. We have phone numbers and locations that we're not even sure exist, and we're tracking them down.
Okay.
okay, I would like to move back to the budget. This is all good news. Just so everybody knows, when you say POTS, what that means, it used to mean plain old telephone service. And I'm not sure what it means now because you said.
There's copper lines. Yeah, there's the copper lines that.
Okay, yeah, but then you said, I thought you said it gets faxed now, so. They're still
sorry,
just POTS, right?
The POTS don't, our VoIP lines all get.
Okay, okay. So let's get back to the budget, please,
Yes,
if we
sir.
could. But I can't remember where we were.
Okay, so we haven't started.
No,
So we're on page 45, Central IT Police Department expenses. This is one that we tabled. And as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Garcia is the IT director for all the non-uniform, who the employee that handles our police department, IT, and radio dispatch can't be here. So we've asked Mr. Garcia to fill in, and he's going to do his best to answer your question.
And please just speak into the microphone if
I'm
you,
sorry,
if,
yes.
if you can.
Yeah, should be the one.
Council President, pardon the interruption.
Councilwoman Castellino wants to speak?
No, Councilwoman Castellino is on, but because she's on phone, she's not going to be able to raise her hand in the normal fashion. So she has texted me that she has her hand raised, and I will advise you of such. But currently, she does have a question.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you. Not so much a question, but just a quick comment because Mr. Garcia is here. I had mentioned going back to the phone conversation. I appreciate all the work that was done, but I also had mentioned a prior meeting. Just make sure that we have these reviews on our best practices yearly sheet, so we make sure it becomes a part of our best practices on a yearly basis. That's all. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Okay, we're back. Councilwoman Rudin, I think you should hit the first serve, please.
Well, there's not much for us to do because we don't see a breakdown. Yeah, of the budget. We are being presented with a police IT budget recommendation for 385.
I gave everybody the sheets on Tuesday.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. We have more if you need copies. Actually, Mr. Colby doesn't have any, so.
Anyone else?
I'll take another
This
one.
was about the
I
45,000.
can probably find.
Right. That was the quote unquote cushion I said.
Right.
I have.
So we could just cut to the chase and remove that $45,000 cushion, since all of these are fixed services that have been paid or will be paid, and these are the exact amounts. So what they actually need is 365, 356. And we have a cushion here of 45,000. Unless you can explain to us, Mr. Garcia, why such a cushion is needed.
I cannot.
So just to potentially clarify, this budget has already been cut by $42,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what it shows on the page. Okay.
67,000.
The budget request was almost 45% larger
looking at the wrong-
than last year's actual usage. So cutting that did not really affect what they actually spent.
So, Mr. Dutiniak, you've raised an issue. There's a potential discrepancy between what has already been cut and what you're showing here. Is that possible to explain?
Yeah, I think we cut more when we originally had this detail. So this is the amount we introduced at was the 385, 985. So,
So my sheet,
right, we cut more before we introduced. Because I had done the detail on this and then you guys cut
that's not
more.
the sheet that we got.
I know, you have the detail, but we introduced at 385. So,
Okay,
not 410.
okay.
Because now I remember we cut an additional amount from the 42. You wanted another 25.
Okay. So then. I'm sorry, John, what did you just say?
On page 45, we introduced at $385,985.55. When we originally talked IT expense and I did the detail, the council asked for another 25,000. So I reflected it in my document. I just didn't reflect it on the detail supplemental. So, but we did introduce at 385. So it's not 410, it's 385.
Okay, before we move on, Mr. Smeraldo has had his hand up for a while. Mr. Smeraldo.
So, Council President, I just want to let you know that I did speak to the IT manager from the PD this morning, and one of the things he wanted to make sure we remind everybody, this is public safety, and I think I mentioned this the other night too, and I reiterate this, is that this is the public safety area, and while not all of that money has been allocated, some of those funds in that 45,000 may be for electronics that fail, things such as the MDTs and servers and things of that nature. I don't know if we need the entire $45,000, but I would caution cutting the entire amount out in the event we have some kind of catastrophic failure with any one of the public safety equipment, and being reminded that the IT for the police department also covers a good amount of the infrastructure that the fire department operates under outside of the fire prevention, which is on another page. So I just want to put that back out there for your benefit, so you can make a little bit more informed decision, and just to let you know that that was what was the conversation that we had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smeraldo. So perhaps I can clarify, at least in my own mind. So the number we're looking at is 385,995 and change.
Right. Mm-hmm.
That represents a $67,000 cut in the original proposed amount for PD expenses.
Right.
So does that change this idea of a $45,000 cushion?
Now it's 20,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So now it's a $20,000 cushion. And it's just to make sure I understand, it's a $20,000 cushion, which represents less than 5% of the overall budget that we're talking about here right now.
Correct.
Okay. Now, Councilwoman Rudin.
These are all fixed IT services. These are not intended to cover emergencies. I'm sure that the emergency would be covered under a different area. These are literally paying for consulting fees, for subscriptions, for monthly service costs. And these fees are not going to change. So this is a $20,000 cushion that does not have really any justification. We can't just have everything, there's going to be an emergency. If there's an emergency, it comes out of a different area, not an IT area. If the whole system collapses, that would go under repairs. That wouldn't go under subscriptions, which is basically what this is.
Maybe.
We've covered different repairs that are needed in IT when we've gone through the IT budget.
So on the one hand, technically speaking, is that true that we have another budget pot that we use for IT emergencies or to replace various equipment, or is it embedded in the specific budgets that we're looking at now? Because Councilwoman Rudin is saying you don't need a cushion in here for emergencies or whatever else comes up during the year. And I just want to make sure that we're all talking basically on the same page.
From a non-PD or from a non-uniform standpoint, I contract with MCG and thank you. Sorry for that. And we have in scope and out of scope items. I rarely go into the out of scope items. We're pretty solid with that, but there are out of scope items where it would be outside of their main scope of maintenance. So if something did go awry where we needed their services, it would be outside of the monthly payments that we pay them. To be honest, I don't know exactly where that is budgetarily. I'm new to this budget process because when John Gross was here, he managed the budget top to bottom, and I didn't really have too much visibility in all of that. So I apologize for that.
Yes, nobody had visibility. No one else had visibility. It's part of the change that Mr. Tiniak is bringing. Okay, Councilwoman.
I do see a line on page 43 for miscellaneous repairs for equipment that is under central IT. Would that be the pocket that we would pull from, or are there other areas?
That's more for the non-uniform for this building. That wouldn't cover PD. So, I mean, you're correct in that these are fixed costs, but like we did have a charge where we had to buy access cards for PD. Well, I mean, they buy it for all of us. That was the access card. That was $1,100 almost to buy these security access cards for the buildings. So there could be different unplanned expenses that would get charged here. Now, is he going to buy like a server rack? Is that a real thing? Am I making that up? Server rack, like you're probably not going to buy it from there. Yeah, you're right. It's going to come from a capital request. We do still have some IT capital left over, but maybe smaller things, or they realize they need a new firewall or something like that.
Yeah, it's going to be more services. So
Yeah.
if we do have to purchase a firewall for, one crashed or there was a cybersecurity something, we would probably need to call PASCAC to come in, and that would be an outside cost for that because that wouldn't be part of the scope. So if it's out of their general scope, I'm not that familiar with the PASCAC scope. I would think it's probably similar to the MCG scope, but if something did get through and we would need their services, it would be out of scope.
Okay, do you even know if PASCAC provides the hardware or just the services?
Services.
Okay,
But
so,
we could purchase from them, but that would still come out of capital.
But
Oh,
Pat-
When-
So if you're running a system, who knows what,
Mhm.
and the hardware fails,
Yes.
in general, you're saying that the services contract with PASCAC is just for services? Because obviously you can just hit a button and restart the services, but you can't do that for hardware.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure we're clear on.
When I mean services, I mean like human, like a person coming in to reconfigure. They may need to reconfigure the firewall
Oh, okay.
or do an analysis to figure out where the attack came in. There's a lot that goes on.
Okay, now I
we
understand
do.
what you're saying. Okay.
And, from my perspective, I do a good portion of that. And then it gets beyond me and I'll need an engineer. So I go to MCG, they bring in their security engineer, and depending if it's maintenance versus something that happened, it may or may not be in scope, and I'll fight with them and say, I believe it's in scope or whatnot. MCG has been fantastic with us. I believe my understanding is past has been very good also. But there are times it's, we're an insurance policy. We have so many pieces in line, but you can put on a seatbelt, have an airbag and all this, and people still get hurt. So there are times that we still need those extra people and man hours to do it on top of what the maintenance is. So that's a gamble for you guys to make if you want to keep that or not, or go in after. So that's a decision you guys can make.
Okay, I sort of took the floor away from Councilman Rudin. You still have the floor if you have anything else, and otherwise Councilman Castellino wants to weigh in.
I cede to.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you, and I'm back on the computer. So sorry about my technical difficulties. So just a quick question, because I had asked it at the last meeting. Dynamic traffic, we were looking to implement that hopefully sooner than later. Is any of those IT costs included anywhere in this budget, or, is that something we're just going to push out to 2026? I was hoping somebody would have an answer to that question.
So that's going to be a 2026 project, and that's going to involve capital because we're going to be buying kiosks, and that's a pretty big project. That's just not going to be included in the regular IT service. Now, maybe going forward, if there's an annual software fee to utilize, whatever we're going to move to in terms of like a parking management software, we would put that into the 2026 operating budget. And we may keep it in PD expenses, or we may choose to actually break this out and have a separate parking, not necessarily a parking utility. We could do that, but if we just keep it in the current fund, a parking sub-account, line item, where we would put that. But, we're going to have to buy kiosks, so it's going to have to be a capital project. I think they've estimated around $100,000 in sort of upfront capital costs. So we would do that within an ordinance.
All right, thank you. Yeah, because my recollection was that we were going to make it a separate parking department would be the more efficient way. Thank you, Mr. Titinian.
Right, and that would be that either separate line item, or if we chose to really go for it, like a separate parking utility. But probably just a line item, because we're not going to build a garage or anything, so.
Thank you.
So I usually don't speak, but I would like to just speak. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Bovee.
Thank you. Would it be possible to give us a total year-to-date spend, and then since a lot of this is fixed, how much you expect to get billed between now and the end of the year? We can add those two numbers, see what that looks like.
Yeah, I let me see. Let me pull up my spend so far.
Well, if they're annual contracts, you're not going to get much deviation, if at all, on this. Yeah. Unless you've got a pay-as-you-go, one of these, or one or more of these as a pay-as-you-go,
He's all fixed.
okay.
Yeah, so we're at. Yeah, right now, we're at $336,403.99. So,
Okay.
it's hard to determine. I know that I do have these fixed costs put into place, so it's probably because we just don't have the full budget that they didn't put everything in for the encumbered, but I mean, these are it. The only thing I didn't account for was the cards. That we bought the cards for $1,084. So that's really the only thing that's not in my detail. So I think
I'll just finish what I was gonna say, which is that, as I pointed out, the cushion is, $20,000, which is, just a little bit more than 5% of the overall budget. And, we've already spent something from that already. And, I just get very concerned when we talk about police department cutting anything out of the police department. I'm not opposed to it, but again, if the cushion, as explained, it's already been hit once this year, as far as we know, and it's for roughly 5% of the overall budget, I'm not opposed to, I'm not opposed to perhaps cutting a little bit of that, but not 50%, given that it's now September. So just want to throw that out. So Councilwoman Rudin, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion. I think these are fixed costs and we have to be realistic about what is actually being expended in this department and what is just being held because of a maybe. And frankly, really appreciate that Mr. Garcia is here. The person who should be representing this budget is not here and not making a good case about why this needs to be here. And I would like to stick to my original motion, which is to reduce this by the cushion, which is $20,000.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? It looks like the motion fails for lack of a second. Would you like to make a?
I'll take another stab at it.
Thank you.
I'm in the game. A cushion is about $5,000 if there's an emergency. Is that correct, Mr. Detiniak? I mean,
No,
a cushion could
I
be
don't think you
anything.
could define a cushion
Okay.
as any one number. It has to be proportional to.
We don't know what this is, but we have padded basically every single page, and every single budget has a little bit of a cushion. So again, I really would like to go back to the fact that the person who is supposed to be representing this budget is not present to justify it, even though he has apparently spoken on the phone with Mr. Smeraldo. This is where he should be to justify this cushion. So I will make a motion to cut this by 15,000 and leave a cushion of 5.
So while your motion is pending, we have Councilwoman Castellino has her hand up. Is it okay to?
Yes.
Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I am fully confident with the person that is not here. That person kept us all alive during COVID and the crisis we had there. Councilwoman, with all due respect, this is your first year. You'll see I'm in year 10 years on the school board. There are emergent situations that do come up. I hear you. I'm willing to reduce this down to 30,000 and let's move on. So that's going to be my recommendation. If you'd like to make the motion, I'll second it at 30,000. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino, before we move forward, it may have been part of our communication issues over the last half hour, but 30,000 would actually increase the cushion by 50%. So I don't think that's what you
I would,
meant, unless maybe perhaps you did. But in any event, to add to a budget item, we would require 4 votes, and we don't have that. So
Excuse me, Council President, are we talking about the 45,000 cushion, the 45, I thought we were on the 45,629.
no, Mr. Datiniak, this is all his fault.
Let me explain.
Actually listened to us.
Let
We didn't
me-
take a vote, and he increased the reduction in the overall budget. So he,
Yeah,
Anyway,
let
I'll
me
let you
explain.
talk.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Councilman Castellino. So, whoa, at some point in one of the budget hearings, when we were going through the detail, we cut an additional $25,000. And I updated the budget document on the website. I didn't update my supplemental document. So instead of the cushion being 45,000, it's 20,000. Because the introduced budget was 985,555, not 410.
and
So-
that represented a reduction of $67,000 to get us here today. So we were looking at old numbers, we got it clarified, and now the cushion that was allegedly, well, it was 45,000 originally, is now down to 20,000. So that's what Councilwoman Rudin was talking about. She she made a motion to reduce the cushion entirely by $20,000. It failed for lack of a second, and now she has another motion. You raised your issue, so you raised your hand. So that's sort of where we stand now. If you want, you continue to have the floor if you wanted to respond to what's on the floor now.
Okay, so you already brought it down from 45 to 20. I was willing to keep it at 30, so I'm good here. I'm good at the 20.
Okay, so we have a motion pending on the floor requiring a second to reduce this by, I'm sorry, what was the number?
15,000.
15,000,
Leaving a cushion of 5.
right. And it looks like this motion fails for lack of a second. Would you like to?
Yes, I will take another stab at it. Cushions are only, I mean, you can have a cushion on every single page, and we're obviously, my council colleagues want to leave a cushion on this page, but leaving a $20,000 cushion is really exorbitant when we are talking about a page that only deals with fixed costs. So I would make a motion to reduce this to reduce it by $10,000. Is there a second?
I will second it to see if we can get a vote.
Okay, thank
But
you.
as far as the discussion, I just want to ask, how is the administration, how is the CFO? What do you think about a $10,000 cushion as opposed to a $15,000 or $20,000 cushion?
I don't support any further cuts. I think we came in with a pretty sizable cut in the first round, and then the council, I don't remember who on the council wanted more, and we gave another $25,000. We've laid out, everything that we need to charge to it. There's a small amount of room for something to go wrong, which typically happens. I don't recommend any more cuts.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Yes.
No, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
So
Sorry.
I'm not an IT person, but it seems to me that all of these contracts include services, including firewall, cybersecurity. If something breaks down, we have contracted with many, many companies on this list who are supposed to provide services. And I don't understand really, what is this cushion for? Is it cushion for hardware, for other, I mean, the firewall already exists. We have a a large contract to protect the firewall. I don't understand what this cushion is for. It's not really being explained to me why we need to have a $20,000 cushion in this particular line item.
As much as I fully appreciate where you're going with this, 100% my job is to make sure that when something happens, we're prepared. And I get about 6 to 15 emails, maybe about 6 emails a day from Homeland Security, CJIS, from just dozens of different places talking about all the potential attacks going on. And my job is to make sure that it happens. And when something does occur that's catastrophic, we're there to protect it, and we can just do it instantly. Every minute that we're not addressing something can be days or weeks of downtime. So for me, I sleep better having these numbers in there, and that's really all it is. And if it's not there, we'll make do, and we'll do what we can. We do what with what we have. So if we don't have it, we'll make do. But I would definitely sleep better with it there. That's really all I can.
Okay, but
I mean,
this,
I can't say that we're gonna need it. I absolutely don't know, and I hope that we don't need it. But if we do, it makes my life and MCG's life and PASCAC and PDIT makes our lives just that much easier, knowing that there is a cushion there that we can fall to.
okay, so I would just like to ask my colleagues if you are supportive of any cuts to this cushion. Are you supportive?
I'm not supportive.
Okay, and Council Member Castellino, are you supportive of any cuts?
So Councilwoman, I was supportive that they went from 45 to 20. And again, I'm gonna put this under, we're doing things differently. And next year, I'm gonna ask the directors whether, they need to put it in a different category. That's it. I mean, we gotta move on. So I know right now I'm down, 20 is fine with me. I like to consent, and we gotta get this budget done. So let's move on. Thank
We have
you.
a motion on the floor. It's been
I
seconded.
withdraw my
I'm sorry.
motion. I don't have support, so I see when I
Thank you, sir.
don't have support.
Yes. Okay, so Councilwoman Rudin has withdrawn her motion. I've withdrawn my second.
Thank you.
Anything else on this budget, this page? Consent?
Consent.
Consent.
Okay, probably the last one for today is central IT non-uniform expense. We did not consent to this one, I believe. Oh, page 47, sorry.
How much has been spent year to date? We do not have a consent on that.
A consent on non-uniform expenses?
Yeah, on page 47, I'm looking here.
Do you need a page for it?
Do you have a
Karen?
further breakdown than this
Yes.
one number? Did
Yes.
you?
This is the one we actually took out. The
Oh,
small difference that was left over. So,
And the 967.
yeah,
Nine-
that was,
yeah,
that
we
was,
took
that
that
was the
out, yeah.
difference. Yeah, we took that out in another budget hearing. So this one was Fovionics, Arbor Pro, Municity, Munidex, and the batteries.
And how
Yeah,
much
that-
has been spent to date?
Um, Right thing. Spent all of it. More than all of it. Oops. Yeah, everything has been spent for it.
Okay, so we're removing the difference?
You already did. Yeah.
When did we do that?
At whatever previous budget hearing, because we introduced with the difference removed. The 967, so.
Okay. And we consented on that already.
We didn't consent on this one. Yeah.
Are you sure?
I don't have any
No.
record of it. I'm looking now, but.
This page 47. I know we didn't consent.
You know, I don't have a record of it on my notes or Dina's.
Okay. I move to consent.
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 Thank you.
That's everything for today.
Okay,
I
so
need to raise my hand.
are we,
Let's get Councilwoman Castellino. Please.
Thank you, Council President. Before we close out, I have a question on page 53, 54. Going back to the planner, because we had two questions, and hear me out before. The first one is, and just let me finish my statement and then administration can answer. The first one is for the code. The open position the council put in to do the professional planner, the full-time professional planner, but we wanted it at the higher code. So when are we doing that salary ordinance? We had asked to do that before we finalized the budget, because right now the code is for a lower level entry person. And I'm only gonna, otherwise we might as well just take out the money if we're not gonna hire a highly qualified planner, which I thought the administration was commit to, but we need to change that code and get that salary ordinance drawn up. And then the second question is on Monday night's agenda, sorry, I keep forgetting we're meeting Monday, there's a request in for additional monies to pay the consultant $75,000. So my question is, where's that money coming from in this budget? Where's the administration pulling? If the council chooses to approve that, where in this budget is that money coming from? I'm done. Thank you.
Is the vendor, what vendor are we talking about?
Nishwain.
No, Nishwain.
Yeah, so I was just
Did he
curious to
have-
see
Mr.
where that
Suarez
money.
has raised his hand. Do you,
This is gonna be escrow money, Nishwain.
yeah, do you want to let Mr. Smeraldo?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
Mr. Smeraldo.
So, yeah, Mr. Deteniak, as far as initialing, that's an escrow. So that's gonna be a resolution, and I believe we had some explanation provided for it. If not, we will. I did receive questions from both the council president and Councilwoman Rudin. Said if everybody could try and get their answers in by today. I did send out multiple emails because we did have a short week this week, and we have a shortened week next week to get to the questions for the council. And I know that some of our directors have already responded, so hopefully we'll have all the answers for you. But directly to the Nishwain, that is going to be based on escrow. That is for the planning, that is for the two boards, the planning and the zoning board, to make sure that they have the representation that they have asked for. And other than, and I don't have the exact figure, Mr. Dettini, can back me up on this, we're provided. I believe to date this year, we spent, I know it's less than 2,000, or if not even less than that, of township money with Nishwain, so it's below, most of this money is escrow. So that's that one question. And with regards to the salary ordinance, what I had said to you back in July was that we would move forward with this, but the mayor and I made that commitment with you, with the mayor, about the planner, and that this money has to go into the budget, and we didn't know where the budget was going to be and if it was going to be approved. We thought it was going to be done by now. And I said if we have everything taken care of, we would move to put the salary ordinance on for the September 28th. And that was to the chagrin of the members of the council. But I said I would try to get it on for the 28th, which is this month. And if we had other agreements in place, we'd try to get it sooner. But, that's where we're at. The mayor's still committed to hiring a full-time planner, as stated in the past. And we will advertise, but well, we have our budgetary process, and that's where we're at. So if you remove that money, then she cannot advertise. But I've told you this privately, and I've said this publicly. The mayor is convinced to move forward with this. Or I should say, committed to this. And I have my marching orders as well. So as soon as we get all this stuff done, we'll move forward. So that's about as best explanation I can give you.
Councilwoman Castellino, please go ahead if Mr. Smeraldo is finished.
Yes, sir, I am.
Sorry. Okay, so then what I expect to see then is then a revised page on 53 to include the new code. So when we approve the budget, that code is inserted under position code. And then we could also approve on first reading on the same evening. And that will satisfy me. If that's possible. Thank you.
We will address that, and we could also have offline discussions about the particulars about.
Sure.
All right.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'm done, Council President, unless you have other questions.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify something. There's the line item here that we are talking about is for $92,530. So I don't know who to ask this, but do I correctly assume that is only part of an anticipated annual salary?
Correct. Prorated. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Here's my issue that I have with this, and I'm not sure it's been addressed by Mr. Smeraldo's comments or his efforts, and I applaud his efforts. But we had two very large issues that we as a council have previously expressed that we want this to move forward, but we want it to move forward in a collaborative fashion. We asked that the mayor allow us to have input on the job description. And we also asked that we have input on the organization structure, including this person. Now, as far as I know, there has been no agreement on either of these two issues. I don't want to negotiate it now. I really don't want to be talking about it, except that it's in the context of the budget. But I have not seen movement at all on either of these two, I guess, for lack of a description, conditions that the council has asked the mayor to consider, because this is the mayor's prerogative, and we acknowledge that. And, our budget process is something that we do have influence over. So I don't know where that stands, but I would feel much better if we could get in writing that these two issues that we have are accepted, so that we can move forward on this. And if not, I think Councilwoman makes a very good point. We should take the money out. So Mr. Smeraldo, maybe we should talk about this offline, but
I would prefer we talk about this offline, Council President, but I will say here again, as I said previously, the mayor is committed to this. And I have listened to you about the job specs, and I could tell you that once the job specs come out, I would be more than willing to share and show that and everything else. But, like I said, we're all walking gingerly these days. So, and I'm just going to leave it at that. And we can, I would definitely welcome a offline conversation with you.
okay, sounds good. And then if something changes, we'll just have to amend the contract. I mean, amend the budget. So if it doesn't go the way we hope it does go. Is that fair to say? My colleagues? Is that good, or do you
Yes.
want to comment?
I think Todd had his hand.
Oh, okay, sorry,
Speak.
didn't see that. Please go ahead, Mr. Bovee.
Kind of looking at this sort of pragmatically. Let's assume we hire somebody at 175 a year. And they start on October 1st, which is probably not going to happen, but whatever. That's $43,750 for the year. I mean, maybe cutting all of it may not make sense, but bring it down to give us the amount of money that would be needed to pay that person for the rest of this year.
So that's a good point, Mr. DeBovie, because at the time we were talking about these numbers, it was multiple months ago. So, so I understand where you're coming from. Do my colleagues want to reflect that?
Yes, I think I agree with Mr. DeBovie that we should at least prorate this. And I also agree with Council President that we need in writing what position, where this position is going to be within this administration. Is it its own department? Is it under another department? We need to have those answers. And so I think that we can very, very safely at least half this budget. Because we're only talking about if somebody gets on on staff, it probably is not going to be until November. And we're only really talking about 2 months. And I don't know if we would be hiring at 175. It seems to me like 150 would be more of would be a fair starting salary for a planner in our township.
Councilwoman Casalino.
Thank you. So question, yeah, we definitely have to prorate it. The reason why I didn't bring that up sooner is because I want to get a handle on where we're at with the affordable housing planning consultant, hire Gruhl. And, what line item is that coming out of, Mr. Detiniak? And do you have money budgeted there and whatnot?
So they come out of operating expense, and we can charge 20% to our affordable housing trust. So that's how they get split up.
Okay, so we're good. So we were to reduce this now, because, realistically, which is unfortunate, because it would have been great to have somebody in place already with all this affordable housing plan going on, to have somebody in place. But realistically, by the time you advertise, plan, like we're talking, you're lucky if you have somebody in here by November 1st. So, I mean, I'm willing to take this down to like 30 for the end of the year, even to split it in half. But I just want to make sure that, the consultant, we had money in there for the consultant.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Councilwoman.
I see that on page 54, there is another line item for township planner under 070 with another 30,000. Actually, the request was almost 31. So what is
I
that
believe we
for?
took that out.
We took it out. Yeah, you
This
voted
was
for.
taken out
Yeah,
completely?
to take that fully out.
Yes.
Okay, so then if we're looking at a $15,000 a month salary, that's $30,000 for 2 months. And that's wishful thinking that we get somebody in place by November 1st. So I think we should cut the difference and leave it at $30,000. I'd just like some
agree.
discussion. Okay, so then I'm going to make a motion to cut that down to $30,000.
I
And
second.
thank you. And reduce it by 62,000.
62,530.
Right.
So the new number would be 30,000. I'm sorry. 30,000, yes.
Correct.
This is on the open position on page 53. We have a motion and we have a second. Is there any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes,
The motion carries.
super. Mr. Detiniak, before you send us off into the weekend, is there anything you want to say or can say at this point about the timing of the potential adoption of the budget?
So we're gonna have our hearing. We still have to have our hearing on the 30th because we advertised. We do have to have the hearing. But with the amendments that we have, we're going to end up having to advertise the amendments. So I'll alert DLGS that it's gonna have to be, what's our first meeting in October?
I think the 8th, if
Okay,
I'm not mistaken.
so October 8th would be final adoption. Because again.
Madam Clerk, that's on regular Tuesday, correct?
No, it's not the 8th. It's the, or maybe it is. I have to look at my calendar. Hold on.
Can anybody look at the calendar on the homepage of the website? It is the 7th? Tuesday, October 7th? Okay. Yet another great reason why we have the Citizens Budget Advisory Board.
Council President, the next meeting in October is October 12th.
It's the 16th and the 28th,
I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong month. I'm sorry,
Oh.
wrong month.
Wait, what?
even later.
October
16th?
30th?
16th.
Okay,
October
so it would be the
16th.
16th, yeah.
When do we have to pass this? We have to pass it by the 30th.
Yeah, but we're gonna have amendments, so we're not gonna be able to pass it on the 30th.
Are we going to be fined?
I'll tell DLGS. I don't think they're gonna fine.
Just tell them if they don't agree, we're going to sink Councilman Rudin after them
That's right.
to take away all of their phones and their MiFis.
And their
Mr.
cars.
So we'll still hold a public hearing on the 30th because we have to. We advertise that, and then yeah, final adoption would be the 16th.
Also. That affects me, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure you want.
And we don't want to do. And we also have council connection.
Is it virtual?
Yes, it is.
Well, this takes, can't think of the word.
Precedents?
Thank you. Yes. Over. So.
So the zoning board is still all
virtual.
Zoom, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't need this room for this. Okay,
Yeah.
right. You're gonna have to have split screen.
Hmm. Do we do a consent on 53, by the way?
Probably not yet.
No, no.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Did we vote or? Yeah,
We did
voted.
put on
Okay,
the
consent.
using it.
Councilman Castellino.
Yeah, so I just, well, one or two things. First, in regards to the fine and the dates, thank you, Mr. Detiniak, for mentioning to make that phone call. I do appreciate a lot of people reaching out to me, worried about us because of that letter that was sent. I'm disappointed that that was posted and shared, like, we're doing something wrong here by not having our budget done. I think we've been doing great work and trying to accommodate our taxpayers. We have not hurt our staff or any of our departments. So, and I'm really disappointed that people are thinking that's the case because it is not. And again, the word disappointed, I can't express enough. However, this has been great work and learning on all our parts. And staff, I know you may be stressed, but you're also realizing we've done, things antiquated for many years, and we're just trying to be more business minded, which is not a bad thing. And I think all of you will appreciate it as we move forward with future budgets. With that being said, just to wrap this up, and if anybody should be stressed, the council and this, and I want to thank everybody in the rooms for coming to all these meetings, because they have been tedious and very time consuming. Our staff today lost, whole day's work, but it was good to get it done. So I appreciate them for staying today, because I know you have a lot of other work to be doing. So thank you. So just to wrap up, Mr. Council President, Mr. Tiniak, what is left to be consented on? So I just want to keep a running list here so we know we're all good to go on the 30th. And I assume the administration will have their budget presentation as well. So ready. So what other pages do we need to consent on? I had here 31, 42, 50, we have the 53 consent. Anything else? Was 79?
31, correct, 31.
31, 42.
42, correct. And what was the buildings one that we have to come back to? God,
79. Was that
79 and 80, yeah, 79. and
And
80.
53?
I think, did I say, no, 53 we just did.
No, well, you said not to do consent. I asked if
Yeah.
we do consent. You said no.
Oh. No, I said they didn't do consent.
Oh, I thought you were saying no.
No, they can do consent. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was the
Okay.
one I'm sorry. There's the one you cut
Yes,
cut down at
yeah.
30, yeah.
Okay, so is there consent on page 53?
Sorry.
Consent.
consent?
Consent.
Thank you. Okay, and then what was the other two, John? I'm sorry.
It was 79 and 80 because they're
Okay.
the same.
Thank you.
And then I think 31.
31.
31,
Mhm.
42, 79, 80.
Yes, I think that's,
And when are we going to address those?
Oh, Lord. See.
well, the two you have to have your executive session for.
We have to schedule a time just to wrap up these things and also have 4 people in the room.
Yeah.
Or you could do it on Zoom.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
You have to have 4 people available.
Yeah, that's same. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Are we
Friday.
good?
Well, do you want to set
Well,
a
we need
date
to- we
for?
need to set a date
Oh,
for, it has to be after our next council meeting, which will have the executive meeting.
Friday at 12?
Friday, that works for me.
Okay, so Councilwoman Scarpa is only available for an hour. Are we going to be able to wrap up whatever is needed for a supermajority?
Probably not.
Then that won't work.
well, we could front load whatever needs a supermajority.
Yeah,
True. Is an hour good?
I
You think?
guess. or
God,
maybe
hope so.
can ask her to take off an extra hour.
If we all promise, pinky promise, to keep our conversations to an absolute minimum so we can move through this.
Considering that 2 of them are S&W, you probably don't want to have too much of a conversation anyway about them.
Good point.
So,
I think that'll work.
All right, so that's
Okay.
Friday, the 12th at noon.
I am not available.
Oh,
You can have the meeting. I'm just not available. That's all.
we can't do without you.
Sure you could.
Okay, when are you available?
Well, is there someone else available for,
Yes, Miss Brill.
I'm sorry?
I can do the new.
Oh,
Okay, yes,
okay,
all right.
awesome. Okay,
You've been replaced, Joe.
No.
Well,
No.
Mauricio could do it, but he's not. He's seen how the sausage is made now, and he's not allowed back in council chambers.
He's gonna have you on speed dial. Gonna have that little red phone. Okay. Next meeting, Friday, September 12th at noon. I move to adjourn.
Second.
Don't ask her, Anthony.
I beg your pardon. I didn't know that.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay,
Okay.
good work today, everybody.
Thank you.
Great work today.
So that you know, we saved $140,741.40.
And what's our commission?
And between this
Thank you.
workshop and the last workshop, we saved more than $250,000.
Okay, so. there's a
Councilwoman
motion-
Castellino did re-raise her hand.
Yeah.
Councilwoman,
Just Mr. Detiniak for Tuesday, could you have the new updated number of the savings to the
for
taxpayer?
Friday?
Are you offline
Yeah,
now?
for Friday I will.
yeah, that'd be great.
Monday? I'm not here Monday.
Is she talking about the?
On
council
Monday, rather,
meeting?
yeah.
Yeah,
Friday.
she's talking about the council meeting. Michelle, the council meeting's on Monday.
Yeah, I know. I keep saying Tuesday, sorry.
I'll send Pete an email and he can share it.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see what we're down to. All
Okay.
right.
Okay, there's a
Thank
motion
you.
pending. Is there a
Thank you,
second?
everybody.
Oh, can't we
All those
stay
in
longer?
favor?
Come on, it's
Aye.
Friday. Come on.
All those opposed?
Have a good weekend.
Meeting's
All right,
adjourned.
thank you.
Why are we